All right, hello to everybody out there. Tanner Brammer and Doppler Dave here in studio. You can see him behind me. We're tracking another first alert round of storms, excuse me. Yeah, expected for later this evening into the early parts of the night. Already seeing a little bit of activity here in the region. The main threats we're looking out for is maybe some moderate to large size hail, maybe up to some golf ball size hail, and some of the stronger storms. I'm talking about some gusty winds and a bit of a flash flooding threat as well. We've seen a lot of rain here over the past 24 hours, both with the storms that moved through last night, storms that moved through earlier this morning, and then a third round of storms moving through as of right now. So we'll go ahead and take a tour throughout radar what we're seeing around the Texas Panhandle right now. One severe warned storm. This is the same area that saw a tornado warned storm late last night into early this morning up toward Boise City. You can see both a severe thunderstorm warning and a flash flood warning due to those already saturated grounds up toward Cimarron County, up toward Dallam County as well. Also a severe thunderstorm warning. This is issued for some half-dollar sized hail and some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Luckily, as of right now, the only severe thunderstorm warning in the region, but you can look down toward New Mexico. I'm going to pause our motion here. You can see that dry line front that we love to talk about in the weather world right here. It's pushed all the way over into New Mexico, so everybody to the east of that dry line is seeing some very rich dew points, a lot of rich moisture available in the atmosphere. Even with the storms that moved through earlier this morning, those storms that moved through earlier did take up a little bit of energy in the atmosphere, but we got enough daytime heating today to where the atmosphere is nice and recharged for another severe round of storms moving through. And you can see the initiation right now, still mostly sub-severe. You see one severe warning down there toward Bledsoe out of our viewing area. But as they get into the Texas Panhandle, they'll run into some more unstable air. And so we do expect those to become a little bit more severe in nature as we head later into the day. I want to show a live shot of text line right now. This is not in that severe warning, but close to it. Do we have the text line? No, we don't. Okay, never mind. We can show it a little bit later, but yeah, already seeing a little bit of lightning, a good bit of some thunder, a little bit of hail as well. We have Sheldon Brashears out in our chaser unit. He will be monitoring these storms live, and we'll check in with him pretty frequently throughout the night. So I'll go ahead and send things out to Sheldon and see what we're seeing as of right now.
Hey Tanner, thanks. Yes, so right now we are currently heading southwest on Highway 60. You got myself, you got Sergio driving the Weather Atlas right now. So we're currently heading southwest on Highway 60 here. I'll go ahead and switch over to our dash cam here. Obviously still lots of sunshine here. We were actually just here in Hereford. Was it yesterday or day before yesterday? Yeah. It was day before yesterday. I can't even keep my days straight anymore. But of course, obviously different looking scene out there today. But as Tanner was saying, we're seeing some storms firing off around the New Mexico and Texas state line as of right now. You got an outflow boundary from actually last night's tornado warned storm. That's still kind of lingering there around. You can actually follow a line just north of Dora up through Portales, Melrose, and House right now is where that outflow boundary is. And then of course the dry line is just west of that line. And so here's the thing. What we're going to be seeing with that is, of course, as those boundaries collide, firing up some storms. We do have our first severe thunderstorm warning. Moving into the Texas Panhandle, it's actually on the furthest south roads. It's kind of actually closer to Lubbock, so it's not actually in the NewsChannel 10 viewing area right now. Down around Bledsoe, over towards kind of just south of Morton, towards Whiteface, seeing a severe thunderstorm warning off that direction for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Currently, like I said, we're heading southwest down Highway 60. Gonna be seeing what storms pop up, because right now, basically where that dry line and that outflow boundary are colliding, that's where we're seeing those storms really starting to fire up. So follow along with us here. We're still very early on in the chase, so not really looking at much in the way of any exciting activity right now, but we're basically just heading southwest, gonna see what forms, and then we'll kind of pivot and change our trajectory based on that. So if you've got any questions about the forecast, drop them in the comments. I'll be checking in on those here in just a little bit, but right now just kind of gathering data, seeing what's happening outside, just kind of watching these storms as they're firing up. Still very much in the early stages of this severe weather event right now. So follow along with us here, still very early on. Gonna be interesting, gonna see what we can find. All right, sounds good. Yeah, definitely thinking, we're going to really see stuff. Eventually it's going to get into those kind of higher dew points and stuff. I think that'll be enough to kind of maintain it and help it kind of sustain its strength as opposed to what it's doing right now. Definitely, yeah, we're really getting those dew points up. Okay.
All right, Tanner Brandon, we're popping back in. Going to take a tour throughout radar, see what we're seeing around the region. Want to start with one severe warned storm. This is the one that I mentioned a little bit earlier. It is both severe warned and flash flood warned as well. A lot of rain moved through late in the day yesterday and again overnight last night, and third round of storms moving through. A lot of rain falling on some already saturated grounds. That's why they've issued the flash flood warning. Luckily, it does look like it's mostly over open land. Boise City, you're not in that flash flood warning. Same goes for Keys, not really any populated areas. But Boise City, you are under that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, has been issued for some half-dollar size hail and some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And looking at the motion of it, it does look to be taking kind of an east-southeasterly motion. So Dalhart, you're likely going to pick up on those winds here fairly soon, if not already. Stratford, same thing. You're already picking up on the light showers. Expect that rainfall rate to really start to increase here over the next half hour. Other than that, no severe warnings in our viewing area. You see one down toward Lubbock, but not too worried about that. That's more Lubbock's market. But I mentioned it a little bit earlier. This is the dry line that we're watching. This is the main kind of lifting mechanism for the severe storms later this evening. You see some activity already starting to pop up over toward New Mexico. What we expect for the rest of the day today is for them to move in an eastward fashion into a more favorable environment for some more supercell activity. Luckily, it's not looking like a high tornado threat for today, but obviously it's not zero. So that's something we're still going to watch very closely. Getting a couple reports that some storms are maybe already very broadly rotating. Now, when we say broadly rotating, it's honestly what it sounds like. It's very broad rotation. When we see the rotation start to tighten up, that's when we start to get a little bit worried about a potential tornado developing. Luckily, as of right now, that is not the case. But like I said, something we'll keep an eye on for the rest of this evening. And as they get into the Texas Panhandle, we do expect that moderate to large-sized hail threat increase, maybe up to some golf ball-sized hail in some of those stronger storms. As far as Amarillo goes, a general time frame of these storms moving into the city, maybe anywhere from 7 to 9 o'clock later this evening. So as people are heading home from work in Amarillo, maybe at about 5 or 6 o'clock, I think you should be good. We're still a little bit far out from those storms. General time frame for the entire Texas Panhandle through about 10 o'clock. That is when the severe thunderstorm watch expires. But one more time, already seeing some activity pop off in our New Mexico counties. Nothing going on in most of the Texas Panhandle, except for this one severe warned storm up in Dallam County, as well as Cimarron County, as well as the flash flood warning for everybody that's already saw rain overnight last night. Already seeing some saturated grounds, and this particular storm is moving fairly slowly, so it's going to be a little bit of a long period of some heavy rain. So it will be something to keep in mind. Keep tuned into News Channel 10, Doppler Dave Oliver. He's going to be popping in during the news at 5, 6, and I believe 10 o'clock later tonight, Dave?
Yeah, and we'll also probably do a little cut-in around 4:30.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. So he's going to be doing a cut-in on TV at 4:30.
You want to get on that, Andy, and arrange that?
Yeah, and he'll probably be doing cut-ins sometime throughout the evening as well, in between the 6 and the 10 shows, especially if Amarillo's under an immediate threat. Clovis, as of right now, I got somebody asking in the comment section. Right now, storms looking sub-severe, maybe a little bit of lightning, a little bit of thunder, but as of right now, that is really about it. Now, keep an eye on some more severe development later this evening. But one more time, got one severe warning out of our viewing area, one other severe warning in our viewing area for Dallam and Cimarron counties, along with a flash flood warning. So for now, I'm going to send things back out to Sheldon, see where he is right now, see exactly where he is seeing. Then we'll probably pop back on at about 4:30 for Dave's TV cut-in, so stand by.
All right, thanks, Tanner. Yeah, so still heading southwest down Highway 60 right now. Seeing skies getting a little bit darker. We're still seeing these storms just kind of popping in just kind of a big line there along just eastern New Mexico right now. Looking further south, as far as southeast corner of Roosevelt County, which is quickly moving outside of the News Channel 10 viewing area, seeing some dime-sized hail in that, but still seeing just very small little fledgling little thunderstorms forming up, but definitely going to be watching for the possibility of those to possibly become severe. But no severe thunderstorm warnings, at least in the News Channel 10 viewing area, aside from those ones up around Boise City, of course. So just the direction we're heading, we're not seeing severe thunderstorm warnings, but of course, Oklahoma Panhandle, northwestern Texas Panhandle, seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings, another kind of cluster of storms coming from that direction right now. Thank you.
What a town.
Gave me plenty of sneezing. Not sick. You know, that dust in the air, pestle feedlots, not make anybody sneeze. Trump guilty on all counts. There gonna be a lot of news on that. Goodness gracious.
I wonder how that's gonna affect the whole voting stuff.
I have no idea. I'm just glad politics aren't my focus on things. Currently heading towards kind of the Clovis area right now, heading southwest on Highway 60 towards Clovis, New Mexico. Also, those of you following along with us on the stream, you can also see there on the bottom of our screen, you can at least see our heading and our current location. So you'll see right there, Route 60, Friona, Texas. So we're actually just a little ways north of Friona right now, but that's the closest town to us, but heading southwest. So in case you're wondering where we're at, this doesn't tell you where we are headed, but it does tell you where we are at. There on the bottom of your screen, you can actually see some of those clouds off in the distance. You got to see some of those towers going up. They're kind of up towards kind of the center, just left from center. One of those thunderstorms that we're tracking right now. So of course, seeing those severe thunderstorms up towards the north, up in the Oklahoma Panhandle, I mean, torrential downpours is going to be expected with that. So that's going to be something we're flash flooding up in the northwest today for sure. Nothing yet. Got like a men's breakfast at my church I'm going to Saturday morning. But outside of that, might be severe weather duty.
Oh, true. Alright. As much as I love chasing, hopefully they don't call me this Saturday.
What's that?
I said, as much as I love chasing, I hope they don't call me this Saturday.
Who knows? I say we just keep on trucking towards Clovis. See what happens. 'Cause we're in the bottom row of counties for the area right now. Nothing really too noteworthy just yet.
Where's the storm coming from?
Kind of all this kind of cluster. There's us right there. And then kind of basically seeing which one of those seems to get its act together first.
Okay.
See what it does. Yep. About to pull into the Friona right now, so pulling into Friona, still tracking our way. Some guy is reporting hail every 5 seconds on this one. That's what I was just thinking. Yeah, I really think we're starting to erode any stability, you know, any where the air is just kind of settling a little bit. That one seems to be getting a good little hill core on it, and then I don't know, seeing that one there grow kind of northwest of Clovis, it's kind of weakening but possibly re-strengthening now. It's kind of breaking up that stability there. Yeah, definitely. I think that kind of gets us into a repeat of Tuesday where anything kind of heading up that direction, once it smashes into that line, you just get this big cluster, just heavy rain and nothing else. But yeah, I think southwest is our play right now. If this one here to the southwest and Millishu keeps its act together, we may pivot that direction. But I think we'll probably, once we hit Texaco Farwell, kind of see what direction we need to go from there. Okay. Copy that.
Almost birdie.
What's up?
Almost hit that bird.
they do the... Nice. How does that go?
It looks like it went smooth.
Good. Just did everything a little bit early. It's the first of the days. Makes sense. Yes, yeah, we are now on the other side of the freeway now. Still working our way southwest. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now, is if we decide to target that one. There's still a few highways. I mean, we could cut south out of Bovina as well. Yeah, and we could basically save a little bit of time. If that's the one we're going to commit to, we could go straight south out of Bovina. Okay, sounds great. Okay, so those of you following us, we're going to see Dave popping up here in just a second, but do want to show y'all just this real quick. I'm going to spin this top camera around. We're going to be taking Dave's feed here in just a moment, but as you can see, there's kind of one of our, what we call one of our towers going up. So this one, I believe, I don't think that's the severe warned one we're seeing right there. If you've heard Dave and I trying to kind of talking a little bit, I believe that's the one we're looking at with that tower going up. So seeing some pretty solid growth on this particular storm, so we're really going to monitor to see how these storms develop here as we get closer to eastern New Mexico, and then of course we'll have to make a decision on which direction we are going to go. Right, here comes Dave.
Hey friends, Doppler Dave here and your entire First Alert weather team watching storms again. It is a First Alert day. We expect it to be a busy evening tracking all of those storms. Here's a live shot from Guyman. Storm's about to roll in there. Getting away from windows and everything. We're looking at a storm there down to our south that Sheldon is on, so we'll continue to kind of keep an eye on that. Let's come back to weather wall here so I can see what we got here. And what we have is two things. We have a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 10 o'clock, includes Amarillo, everyone except the far northeast there. That goes until 10 p.m. Severe thunderstorm warning that'll detail shortly. And we also have flash flood watch down across the southeast where we've had repetitive rain last couple days, more rain headed that way. And that's a flash flood warning between Dalhart and Boise City right there on the state line where we just dumped lots of rainfall. Latest on radar right now, two areas we're watching. a big complex up to the north, and then one down across the southwest. And these are all going to move across the area with some new storms developing in between. But we'll start you up here to the north, and here's where the storms have come from Clayton and Texline, from Felt, from Boise City, where we've had heavy rain up to quarter-size hail. Now let's see where it's kind of shifting down to. Highway 54, we look there from Guyman. Here we go, from Guyman, Texoma, Stratford, Conlin. Dalhart got to be blasted with strong winds as we speak. Straight winds, that is not a tornado. We may get up over 60 miles per hour, but that's just a blast of straight wind. All of 54 there, from Dalhart up to Stratford. Going to be wet, going to be very windy, maybe some small hail. That goes all the way back into New Mexico from Sedan, approaching Amistad, where it's probably going to see at least some small hail to go with the rain and the wind. Again, if you're around Stratford, Texoma, Goodwell, we got you on standby. If you're at Romero, Middlewater, Amistad, Hartley, be on standby. Now, not much approaching Amarillo yet, but you can see the direction that is coming from. New storms developing out to the west, west of Narragansett, down to about Tucumcari. Not severe yet, but just getting started. And then we'll take you down to the south, where we have storms popping up around Clovis, around the state line there, southwest of Muleshoe. We have an intensifying storm. Let's take a quick video. We got Sheldon Brashears down there.
If we need to keep going to Clovis, we can.
Clouds that we're looking at, and they'll be zeroing in on some of those. Back to the weather wall here, and we'll just kind of wrap up, letting you know, folks, that these storms will continue to push east, Muleshoe, Bovina, Friona, Hereford, and in time, Amarillo. We got timing on that somewhere 6 to 8 or 9 p.m. So just getting started. We'll have a complete update on Live at 5. You can follow us continuously on Facebook and YouTube. Keep it on News Channel 10.
Hey Dave, have you got a copy? Hey Dave, have you got a copy right now? Looking at these kind of latest scans of this cell here, just kind of the straight east of Portales, looks like it's kind of weakening here on these last couple of scans at least. It does look like that hail core is kind of weakening a little bit. Not to say that we should just give up on it, but not looking quite as impressive as it once did, at least in my opinion. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I think we'll probably just set up camp in Farwell, Texaco there, and just we can move just about any direction we want after that. All right, let's do it to it. All right, going through Umbarger there. That storm you're hearing Dave and I talk about, that's that one you're actually seeing there on the camera. Obviously it's still very robust, not severe warned right now, but we're keeping a close eye on that, as that might be one we do chase, but we're gonna see kind of how things kind of evolve here for us, because if that one does appear to be falling apart, we'll obviously pivot. If it seems to be strengthening, we'll refocus back on that one. Let's see what folks are saying here in the comments. battery strengthening there on the back side. Look at it there. It's no slouch.
So hope's not lost.
Huh?
I said, so hope's not lost.
Oh no. Oh no, it's still there for sure. Get ourselves underneath that and see. Yeah, that's gotta be the one we're looking at right now. Somebody asked why we didn't stop to get burritos in Friona. Which, I mean, it's hard to argue with that logic. It is worth stopping for burritos in Friona for sure, but
Maybe on the way back.
I mean, yeah, cheeseburgers. I mean, we definitely had some arguments for that on Tuesday for sure. So I mean, either or, I'm really happy. I mean. So we've been frequent visitors, that's for sure. See, Marisol asking if we did say, yeah, right now Texaco Farwell is kind of like our target area as we're going to head down that way, and then kind of decide what direction we want to go right now. So Farwell, Texaco, kind of our destination currently. Not to say that that's where we're expecting severe weather to be, but that is probably the nearest place that gives us the most options in terms of what direction we can go. And so we're going to go set up camp right there. We're watching this cell that you're looking at here on our stream. This one is currently just straight south of Farwell, straight east of Portales, right on top of the state line. For those of you familiar with the area, if you're familiar with the Kakawati Road, I believe that's Highway 202, known as the Kakawati. It is basically right along the state line right there, passing to the east. Small hail core on it right now. It's not severe warned, so that does mean that they are seeing that the severe threats are less than 60 miles an hour and hail size is less than a quarter. So below severe kind of criteria, but not to say that it couldn't become severe soon. So that's when we're watching. We're deciding if we're going to keep going that direction or not, if it's south, or if any of these little cells kind of firing up. We got one just north of Clovis. Currently, we've got one going up near Tucumcari. Probably won't go that far north. Basically, that big line of storms moving their way in from the northwest up near Dalhart and Stratford right now. Anything that hits that is going to be quickly pulled into that line of thunderstorms, and any severe potential will be kind of wrapped up in probably some flash flooding, strong winds, things of that sort, which, of course, we don't want to downplay that threat, but essentially the chaseability of it is much, much lower in that situation. So we're going to focus on kind of some more of these isolated, because that's where you could see the very large hail. That's where you could see the tornadic threat as well. But this is kind of looking southwest right now towards that particular storm. over the New Mexico-Texas state line. Yes, it's right there, yeah. Look right up at it, look at that.
That's sick.
Big old thing. So there, if you're following along with it, that's looking straight up right now.
Some good quality.
The big sun right up ahead as well, and then looking off towards kind of the southwest. See things looking a little bit darker off that direction, but then you pivot the other way, and we got a little more sunshine. Got a few darker clouds in some places. Seeing some little Virgo right there, possibly.
Where is this?
So kind of just pull in.
Is this Texaco?
Yes, it's Texaco right here. So go ahead and turn right. And then just pull into this little gravel lot right here.
Okay.
Yeah. Just kind of pull in and stop right over here. And I'll point us that towards the south, yeah. Kind of decide what our next move. So, following us along, we just stopped in Texaco. We're going to kind of see what we think this particular storm is going to do. There's looking straight up at it right now. All right, so still keeping up. So we're starting to see our first lightning strikes in this particular storm. Also, I know of a way we don't even have to cut southeast. We could cut straight south on this thing. We do have the state line highway, which is just right over here. That could work.
Point me in a direction. I'll take you.
Hey Dave, you got a copy? So we got a state line road that we can cut straight south out of Farwell here. I'm kind of thinking that with kind of the slow motion that this thing's taking. So I think if we go southeast, we're gonna just be out ahead of it and then we'll just get ran over, where if we go straight south, we can kind of stay right up kind of next to it and kind of let it pass over and get a good view in behind. Right. That's fair. Okay. Well, we'll set up here and just kind of watch. We'll kind of just hang out, see what things are doing. But that Squall line is racing. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that Squall line coming, southeast like that, I mean, it's, as I say, I mean, it's only getting into a more moisture-rich environment as long as the air's not just too stable. I mean, it's going to really just keep on racing. Guess we'll just hang out right now. That one to our northwest is kind of petering out just a little bit.
Park it up here so I can.
What's up?
I'm gonna park it up here so I can make a pit stop.
All right, you got it.
Good. Be good for the chase. And
Yeah, you're good. There you go. All right, just letting y'all know we're going to be taking a quick pit stop here. Just since we're kind of sitting out here camping out anyways, we're going to just take a quick moment to make a quick stop. Just kind of point us off that.
Well, I was gonna. Does this work? Just parking in here?
Yeah, that'll work. Keep things on. And I'll come back after you. I'll go after you get back.
Okay.
Looks like that cell north of Clovis is really starting to die down a little bit. Alright, so those of you running along with us, looks like Live at 5 is about to start, so you're going to be seeing Dave come out. We're basically waiting here right now. Not doing too much. Waiting to see, just basically we're right here on the state line. We're in Texaco, New Mexico right now. Watching a few cells. What you're seeing right there is one of the more robust cells just to the southwest of Muleshoe right now. Gonna wait and see what this one does. Just seeing development off this way. And of course, keeping an eye on that Squall line up toward northwest. But in terms of what we're seeing here, at least in the News Channel 10 viewing area, of course, that Squall line in the northwest. But from where we're at, just a few little small cells. Basically waiting to see which one of them is going to get its act together first. And then, of course, whichever one gets its act together first, if it looks like it's really going to start to get going, that is going to be the one that we go after.
Thanks for joining us. It's been a busy week here in the weather department. It is another first alert day. We're expecting severe weather across a good part of the area. Already ongoing, but I think it's going to spread across a good chunk of the area during the evening. This is a severe thunderstorm watch. It's almost all of our area except the northeast. We have severe thunderstorm warnings up there around Dalhart that we'll check in on, but also want to draw your attention to the green. That's a flash flood watch for tonight. We've had repetitive rainfall in that area, more rain expected tonight, and that's a flash flood warning up there between Dalhart and Boise City. We've already had heavy rain there. Two things we're really kind of monitoring right now. We got this big squall that's been severe. That's pushing down to the southeast, pretty much smack dab over Dalhart, Highway 54 to Conlin, Stratford, coming into Texoma, pushing southeast towards Hartley, Cactus, Dumas, maybe Amarillo. 60-mile-an-hour winds possible there. Some new development in New Mexico, and then some more activity down across the southwest. We'll follow that tonight, and then tomorrow night, I'm afraid it's going to be yet another potential for severe weather. First alert will continue. Complete update here shortly. Now back to news.
Oh, sorry, that's just my unity. Turn that off. That's a tornado siren. All right, so those of you riding along with us right now, we are hearing a tornado siren go off here in Texaco, but honestly, I couldn't tell you what for. Okay, so those of you here on the stream, we are in Texaco. I'm not sure if you can pick that up on our mic right now. I have my window rolled down, so maybe you can hear it. Those are tornado sirens sounding here in Texaco. I would say pass along to your friends here in Texaco. I mean, as far as I know, there's no tornado. There's no severe thunderstorm warning or anything like that.
Unless they're just testing them.
Unless they're testing them to make sure, which is certainly possible. I would say right now, if you are in the Texaco region, you are hearing these. I would assume it's a test. Be looking to the sky for sure, but there's not even a severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now. But sirens are sounding. Not currently seeing anything that has to do with a tornado currently, unless they know something we don't, which I don't see any reason to believe. Pit stop.
Sure.
For now, yeah. Let's go ahead and just drive around here in town in Texaco Farwell. Let's go out this way. There's a highway that'll allow us to go south. I just want to get a better look at some of this stuff. I don't see any reason that tornado warnings would need to be sounding right now. All right, Marcus Garcia. All right. Is saying it's a test. I'm going to assume it's a test as well. I mean, being that it is a severe weather day, I would definitely, it's definitely not a bad idea to test your sirens for sure. But being that there are storms popping up right now, I suppose it's just a poorly timed test. But possibly being tested right now, what we're going to do is we're just going to kind of change our perspective here. Go ahead and hit this road right here, this Garwood Street, and then, okay. Are they winding down?
That's what it sounds like.
It sounds like. Okay, so maybe the sirens are stopping. Okay, maybe just doing a little quick test. All right, so perhaps Thursday is just test day, which, I mean, great timing, I suppose. Like I said, I mean, we're not seeing anything out here. I mean, we're out here. We would be letting y'all know if there was actually something to really be genuinely worried about, but no severe thunderstorm warnings here in town currently. We're heading south, getting close to the state line road. Just kind of follow this for a second. Just get us into a bit of a clearing so we can just kind of look. There is a little cell just straight south of Farwell right now, but I will say one thing. You can tell Texaco is on the right side of the dry line because it is muggy outside. And that is I'm actually taking
Park right here.
follow that road.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe this will spit us out. Here. Or I just lied to you, I may have. Go ahead and follow it.
Street.
Yeah. If it still gets us to the state line road. I think there's a donkey up here to
Is
greet
that
us.
a donkey?
Or is it? No, it might be a regular horse.
I think it is.
I think it's just a horse. Well, he was hemming and hawing his head up there for a second. I thought it was a donkey. Go ahead and follow this out.
It's a mule.
Yeah, I think I misled you. Go ahead and just turn us around real quick. Yeah, let's go back out the way we came. I know which way we were supposed to have turned.
No worries, as long as it's not a dirt road.
Yeah, it's not a dirt road and hadn't been rained on yet. We're good. Should be paved. Just, yeah. When I told you to stay straight, we should have just followed that main road that way, but it's fine. We'll still get where we're going. Okay. So it does sound like those sirens have stopped here in Texaco. Like I said, would not be worried about anything right now. Down just southeast of Dora. Seeing a new one kind of popping up towards Kazi right now. Hard thing is right now we don't want to take the bait and shift too far south because then we'll miss anything that pops up to the north. It'll be because it really looks like this one that we were thinking about is falling apart. But I mean, just because things are popping and fizzling right now, I mean, there's still a lot that can happen for sure. Yeah, keep following. Just follow.
This one?
Yeah. This state line road. Okay. Yep. I know where we're at now.
Okay.
State line road. All right. So you're going to be seeing Dave pop up here in a little bit, giving his full forecast for live at 5. We're on the state line road. Just kind of getting ourselves a better look at some of these storms. Switch back to our. The storm that we have been kind of focusing on really isn't holding together very well right now, so I doubt that's going to be one we commit to and chase. Seeing a new cell kind of popping up south of Dora currently. I was sitting there thinking, I was like, man, it's muggy out here, and then tornado sirens turned on, and that evokes a reaction. All right, well, it looks like, if anything, I mean, we're just seeing some good strong winds out here. You can see all the dust in the air. This is state line road south of Texaco and Farwell right now. I maybe pull off up here and just kind of sit, and then we're kind of in an open area. So, All right, so we're on State Line Road, south of Texaco right now, just kind of getting a better look at what's happening around here. Let's see, is it gonna let you pull in right here on the left? Yeah, it looks like it's just gonna pull onto that. Or is it? Nope, it's not. Never mind.
Pull in.
Nope, I thought that was gonna be a road. Never mind. You just see a little road that just kind of splits off or something. Just.
Here it's like a construction site or something.
Okay, do y'all want video only? Okay, video only. Copy that. So we are on State Line Road. We are just about a mile or so south of Texaco right now. State Line Road, straight south of Texaco. Yes, sir. Yeah, this little guy right here. That'll work. Yeah, that'll do. It ain't muddy. Start giving you flashbacks.
Oh, I'm ready.
You can wheel that thing right on out of there. I ain't worried about it.
Well, we're busy again tracking storms. Let's get right to it on our latest first alert evening. This is 3 in a row already. Live shot from Amarillo. Not much happening locally. Off in the distance, you see some cloud tops, and we will be tracking those as they near over the next couple of hours. Here's a shot from Guyman. We've had stormy weather move in right now, and folks need to be in out of that lightning threat and some other things. There's a severe thunderstorm watch for most of the area until 10 o'clock. That does include Amarillo. It does not include the far northeastern part of the area. No tornado warnings. That red spot there is a flash flood warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that we'll check in on. And can't forget the threat of too much water due to some repetitive rainfall last couple nights. There's a flash flood watch down across the southeast. That's for tonight. Another thing that we'll keep an eye on. Once again, that is the flash flood warning. We've already had heavy rain there between Boise City and Dalhart. Going to take a while for things to drain, even though the actual rain is starting to wind down there. Scanning around, the main show right now continues to be this complex of storms up across the northwest. You see it making progress down to the southeast pretty rapidly. We've had heavy rain. We've had a lot of wind. That's the main threat out of this. From Dalhart over to Stratford there, Highway 54, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds have been pretty common. So some damaging wind is our main threat. That's going to push down to the southeast. That's not too far now from Dumas, Channing, Boys Ranch, Sunray, places like that. We'll take you up to the northern part of the area here just shortly. But if you're in Dalhart, the wind should be tapering off, but you're still getting some pretty rainfall. That's the same story up around Stratford. Heavy rain beginning to wind down. Most of the wind is out on the leading edge. So here we go. Coming into Hartley now. Coming into Cactus. Coming into Dumas. We can expect those 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. Not a lot of hail in there. There could be some small stuff. Here's the north end. Coming into Texoma right now, 54 up to Goodwell. Guyman, we saw that from the camera there. You're about to get a lot of the rain, probably not as much as the wind. And then on the back on the western flank, you can see it goes down Highway 54 to Middlewater. Heavy storm just west of Amistad and just back to the west of Narragansett. This is kind of coming together. That's probably going to join in the line and push on off to the east. Logan, most of that just off to your north there. And as we zoom out a little bit, if you're around Amarillo and Pampa, Borger, Spearman, you can see it won't take long for that to come on down, but we have a little while to see how that's going to evolve. As far as New Mexico is concerned, we have activity just north of Tucumcari, just south of Tucumcari, non-severe right now. And then we get down, we've had storms pop up around Clovis and near the state line. Sheldon is down here keeping an eye on this stuff. Let's take a quick look.
And go towards
Quite a ways.
They're tracking storms just around Texaco, New Mexico. And he reported the tornado sirens had been going off. But let me assure you, we do not have a tornado anywhere near Texaco or anywhere in our area right now. So that was probably some kind of test or malfunction. We don't know. But even though the tornado sirens were sounding there at Texaco, we don't have a tornado. Okay, getting back to the maps here, and we'll continue to watch all this move on in. The models showing storms, continuing. Amarillo, something like 7, 8 p.m. Borger, Pampa, the southern part of the area. We're going to see how that comes together. So far, it hasn't been really holding together well, but we'll keep an eye on the south. I do think, though, from I-40 northward, certainly it's going to stay very heavy up until 10 or 11 p.m. or so. Overnight tonight, I think things settle down, but guess what? Tomorrow, we're right back On the moist side of the dry line, it's going to be a similar situation where we have sunshine during the day and then storms during the evening. That's a slight risk for heavy weather across at least the northwestern part of the area, but I think we can watch just about the entire area tomorrow again for another round of heavy storms, and it may not stop then. This goes into Saturday with some more storms. So if you're making weekend plans, certainly tomorrow night and Saturday night, we continue to watch the situation. We're going to keep this first alert going another night tomorrow because I think there'll be some severe storms. Saturday, 30%. We start to back chances down Sunday, and we start to warm up. I think as we get towards the early part of next week, just going to be kind of sunny, quiet, and kind of hot there with temperatures in the 90s. Of course, we're going to be back with an update, check on the severe weather out there at the end of the news. Right now, back over to Greg and Lindsay.
Thing measures humidity and dew point and wind and everything like that. All right, so those of you rejoining us, so we're on the State Line Road, just straight south of Texaco right now. Just kind of waiting to see what's going to happen here. We got one storm just right over the top of Kazi right now, probably bringing some good heavy rains, maybe a little bit of hail, not severe warned right now. That's the one that has the most of my attention currently. But really, this stuff, nothing too impressive. Due to these southeast winds, there's a little bit of rain kind of blowing out of the back of this storm right here, raining on us a little bit. Dave, have you got a copy right now? I was gonna say this one. I mean, it'd be us committing to go south for sure, but this Dora and Kazi one is sure really seems to be picking up in activity. There's a lot of lightning in it. Yeah. And then you have to go north of Logan before you get anything after that. I mean, everything north of us is just fizzling out. Right, it'll leave our DMA pretty quickly. Yeah, looking at that one south of Tucumcari, that might be that one little cell that just popped south of Tucumcari. That might be the first one kind of just north of us that may have a chance of maintaining. It's got a little bit of lightning in it currently. Copy that. Yep, we'll sit tight and see what happens. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say if that one fizzles, that's gonna be. Well, see, and the tricky thing is right now everything's kind of tracking straight east like that. Yeah. But if you get significant rotation, it'll start to do this number here, and that's out of our. Yeah. So that is one thing to consider, is when it gets that rotation, it takes that right turn. And so you'll see anything like that kind of go and start to kind of curve if it has tightening rotation. That one, I need to see that one.
So how it develops.
Maintain, yeah. See all this stuff, I mean, look how this line is starting to stretch. It's from all the way up here, down through all the way down. That's switch back to the radar. That one could be getting ready to just slam Amarillo, though. That could bring some good heavy rain. They actually dropped the severe warning on it, so that's good.
Right.
But definitely lots of lightning. Lots of lightning and heavy rain.
want us to just chill here though in the meantime?
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit here for a second because, yeah, like I said, if we blow south and it leaves the area or it doesn't do anything, then. Oh, man. There's a lot of lightning in that thing. Look at all of it. That thing is lighting up right now. And all this stuff is just dying.
Yeah.
It's firing up some new ones.
Want to head towards it?
Not yet. Let's wait just a little bit longer. Hey Dave, you got a copy right now? Yeah, what do you think about that news severe thunderstorm warning they just put out that's pointed at Amarillo? Do you see the source on it? The source on it is automated weather equipment. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Whew. That's a heck of a wind gust. 70-mile-an-hour gusts on that one approaching Amarillo. Yeah, very large. Yep. Yeah, there we go. So there's a confirmation from the Curry County OEM right now that that they do test their sirens every Thursday at 4 p.m. So that was a scheduled
test day.
That Thursday is tested. That was a test. Well timed, I suppose. Poorly timed.
It ruined Sheldon's pit stop.
I
I'll
know.
say that much.
That's gonna be a heck of a thing that approaches Amarillo. mean, I definitely support tornado siren tests, but severe weather day would definitely raise some folks' anxiety. Oh, that's tempting with all that lining that one has, but I'm gonna have to just wait. See if this guy. Oh, yep. Just gotta pull out. There you go. He whipped that thing on in there.
Sorry, sir.
He wheeled in there like it was no big deal.
Us yesterday, or 2 days ago.
What's that?
I said us 2 days ago.
Yeah. We got Emma asking where we are at. Right now, we are currently just sitting south of Texaco, New Mexico. We're on State Line Highway right now. Just kind of monitoring some storms firing off this direction. So far, nothing impressive. I mean, the squall line up to our northwest is definitely the main event right now in terms of widespread severe weather, but we're kind of watching down this direction for large hail and tornadic risk. Well, of course, with that squall line, you're going to be seeing some very strong straight line winds and some torrential downpours. Flash flooding will definitely be one of the main concerns with that. And, of course, those straight line winds. So we're getting a hail core forming up on. I'm just trying to like that one a little bit more.
That little one that was popping up.
Yeah. Yeah, Dave, what do you think about this cell popping up south of Tucumcari now, and then of course that stuff up north of Logan?
Before we wrap up, let's get you caught up on the severe weather out there. It is a first alert night. We are watching things very carefully. From Amarillo, clouds getting a little closer. I'm thinking about an hour away or so. And this is up at Guyman with storms in progress as we speak. Lake Meredith people need to be indoors or moving that way now because big wind is approaching. Severe thunderstorm watch is the main show, but this orange color, those are all severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a flash flood watch down across the southeast, so a lot going on. Here's the main thing we're tracking right now is this kind of curved band of storms and that outflow boundary going out ahead of it. 50, 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds have been reported already. Sunray just got nailed by about 70-mile-an-hour winds, rapidly pushing down to the southeast. So places out ahead of that, Spearman, Pringle. I mentioned the lake. There's the outflow boundary about to hit the lake right now. Big wind. Channing, Valle de Oro, Boys Ranch, it'll be there very shortly. Other storms developing out in New Mexico. Those will probably congeal. And once again, for Amarillo, I think we get about an hour or so. And then we'll be looking at the strong winds, the rain, whether or not there's any hail or anything else. We'll just have to kind of wait and see. Severe thunderstorm warning also out there approaching Narragansett and Logan. And as we zoom out, a couple other storms a little further down to the south are not holding together quite as well. Tomorrow is another day that we're behind the dry line, and first alert conditions will continue. Just an active week here at the peak of our storm season. Last few days of May, first of early June, almost always stormy. Saturday, chance of storms. It starts to back off Sunday, and then quiet weather in the early part of next week. Keep it here on News Channel 10. Follow us live on Facebook and YouTube. We'll keep you advised.
All right, Dave, can I get you on comms? Might repivot.
Head to that one
Maybe so.
you were liking.
Hey, Dave, have you got a copy? Yes, sir, Dave, I got you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dave? It doesn't show that Dave's actually logged into Unity on my end. It doesn't look like Dave's online. Because I can hear Dave. Make sure he's logged into Unity. Because it doesn't show him as being online right now. Yes, sir, I got you. Do you have me? I don't know, it just seems like the subsidence is kind of winning out on this kind of southern stuff. Is everything, I mean, that stuff near Morton and Whiteface is still going strong, but obviously that's too far south. But this Causey one seems to be flattening out a little bit. I'm wondering if this one south of Tucumcari has legs, and then maybe get up that direction, because if any of these cells decide to split off north of Logan and maybe start to right turn, could put us in position for that. What do you think? All right, we will pivot and start heading towards kind of Grady, Tucumcari area. Yeah, Dave, I can hear you on Unity, on normal. Can you hear me right now? Okay, back to normal. Good deal. Yes, sir.
Tucumcari?
Yep, let's head up for Grady. That should take us straight north out of Clovis. Let me see what route it pulls up for you, because I know a shortcut should it not find it for you. Yep, nope, that looks good. Let's do that. We'll head up to Grady and see, because Okay, sounds good. Okay, so let me spin this around here. Looks like we got Tanner gonna be checking in here in just a second.
Imagine Kevin. Because Kevin's not there, huh?
He's not coming in tonight.
He had a long night.
We'll focus on that one. But in case, like I said, if they right turn, they're going to hook south and maybe pull away from that. So we'll watch that one. But in case they'll start showing signs of rotation, we can pivot.
Go that way.
I'll be able to catch up to them pretty quickly. All right.
All right, hello to everybody out there. Tanner Bremer here popping in, giving a little bit of a detailed tour through radar as we're seeing a lot of storms kind of approach the central part of the Texas Panhandle. You just saw Dave pop up on the weather wall a little bit ago, about maybe 8 to 10 minutes ago. So we'll kind of zoom in on our radar scope here. And you heard him mention this outflow boundary kind of out ahead of the line of storms. I'll pause our motion here. So here's the leading edge of the heaviest of the precipitation. Here's the outflow boundary right here. It's pretty far out, you know, about half a county out from the leading edge of precipitation. So usually when that outflow boundary is pretty far out, that means the winds are kicking up a good bit. The severe thunderstorm warning, you see a very large polygon, has been issued for some 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We got a report from the National Weather Service, got up to a gust of 74 in Sunray. So already seeing some reports of upwards of 70 to 75 miles per hour within this particular line of storms. I want to bring up Lake Meredith's tower cam here. Little bit of an interesting scene. You can see the skies really starting to darken here over the past 20 to 30 minutes. We'll probably see a similar scene approaching Amarillo. In fact, we'll go and go to downtown Amarillo cam. Not as impressive, you know, it's a little bit farther out from Amarillo. Not under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was maybe extended here over the next 10 to 20 minutes. So we'll come back to radar here. But yeah, one severe thunderstorm warning right here, then a couple of severe warned storms over toward our New Mexico counties. Get some information on this. Okay, so these are warned for some half-dollar sized hail and some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So our New Mexico County storms more of a hail threat with some wind gusts up to 60, whereas our line of storms approaching the central part of the Panhandle more worried about some damaging wind gusts rather than a large hail threat. But like I said, severe warned storm that covers 8 counties, warned for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. You see on the box here, thunderstorm damage threat considerable. So Amarillo, we are outside of the severe warning, but this will likely come into the city, roughly eyeballing it here in about an hour or so. So I know a lot of people are probably going to be heading home from work here within the next hour, so that will be something to keep in mind. Like I said, skies already starting to darken, and we've also got Sheldon Brashears out as well in our chaser unit. So for now, I'll go and send things back out to him, and we'll pop back in if need be.
All right, thanks, Tanner. Yeah, so what we're doing currently is we're kind of getting ready to reposition. We're going to kind of refocus here. We're going to head up towards Tucumcari, kind of the Grady Tucumcari area right now. So heading a little further north into eastern New Mexico. Looks like a lot of these storms that we are tracking right now, still a pretty sizable storm there right over the top of Kazi, just south of Dora right now. It's certainly no slouch. Not currently severe warned for anything. And the thing we're really looking at with it is, of course, it's not severe warned. And if it does continue moving east, it will move east into Texas and out of the NewsChannel 10 viewing area. But, I mean, of course, we're still going to keep an eye on that for sure, but we do believe that maybe a higher severe potential now exists further to the north. We're starting to see the cell that popped up just to the southeast of Tucumcari. Does appear to be getting a little more of a pronounced hail core on it right now, perhaps strengthening up a little bit. And, of course, some severe thunderstorms over the top just north of Logan right now, up near kind of the Ute Lake area there, further north of that line. Still seeing that squall line advancing south, as you just heard Tanner talking about. But so we're kind of bailing on the southern Roosevelt County right now, moving up towards Grady and Tucumcari, maybe up towards the San Juan area as well, as we continue to move deeper into eastern New Mexico here. Marie here asking about Bovina. Right now, if you are in Bovina, you are pretty much in the clear. Don't really see that changing here, at least anytime soon. Some storms still could pop up that direction, but so far, there's no active storms near Bovina or approaching Bovina, so wouldn't worry too much about that right now. Brooke here asking about Portales. So far, everything is clear in Portales. You got that one storm south of you, south of Dora, over Causey. It looks to be advancing straight to the east right now. Doesn't really appear to be tracking towards Portales. So Portales kind of the same situation as Bovina. Currently not seeing anything popping up, at least right on top of you or anything approaching you. But if you're right around the Elida area, that's where that left over from last night's storms are still kind of lingering. So if any storms do pop up along that line, it would put Portales there near any thunderstorms that do pop up along that line. So I wouldn't completely discount that possibility, but right now it does look like Portales is pretty much in the clear, which is good news. Need a break after last night for sure. I got Alonzo here asking about Borger. Borger, you're next in line. You are technically involved in that severe thunderstorm warning. Let's actually see here. We're going to draw on this a little bit. So the leading edge that is approaching Borger does look to be about a little over 20 miles away from the northwest. That's that line of storms that is bringing possibly 70 mile an hour, or it is bringing 70 mile an hour gusts to places already, may continue to do so. 3/4 inch size hail, so not as much of a hail threat, but it is a very high wind threat, and of course a flash flooding threat as well. So if you're up in Borger, you probably just have, let's see how fast is this storm moving as of right now. Let's make sure we're keeping our numbers straight here. So moving southeast at 30 miles an hour, so probably here within the hour. If you're up in the Borger area, you're probably going to be seeing that activity really start to pick up a little bit. So I would definitely be ready for that. Doom is going to get any hail? I would say probably not. I mean, maybe some small hail at worst. Looking at pea-sized hail possibly. Nothing that's too terribly concerning. Like I said, you're kind of part of that same system that Borger is, of course, getting ready for. And that's going to be just heavy rains, strong straight line winds with that. Same goes for you, Allison, asking about Amarillo. If this line does approach, looking at lightning, thunder, strong winds, heavy rains, small hail. Currently, of course, that is something that is changing fluidly, and of course, expect Tanner and Dave that they're going to be checking in with some updates as well. Like I said, right now our focus is going to be eastern New Mexico right now. Keep those questions coming. We'll double check, see what's happening on our YouTube comments, see if people are saying there. Yeah, this will help. Yep. Important. There's my AirPods case. I'll reach out and grab it here in a little bit. Perfect. Yeah, I think it is. I'll get it here in a little bit.
Silent Hill games?
I haven't.
No.
You haven't played any of them?
Uh-huh.
They like horror games.
Horror games, yeah. But I guess they're remaking Silent Hill too. And it comes out in October. Kind of want to get it.
Interesting. These things just hold together.
They're not?
That one's weakening again already. That stable air is winning out. Okay, copy that. So, now about to see.
All right. Hey, friends, Doppler Dave here. I want to point out something that's pretty significant for the Amarillo metro area. We're about to get a new severe thunderstorm warning. Same cluster of storms up to the north. We've had winds 50, 60, 70 miles per hour. Places like, Dumas, Guyman, now building down the line, Channing, Sunray, those areas really getting blasted by wind. You can really, really clearly see the outflow boundary right here. It's just gone through Fritch, Lake Meredith. In fact, a lot of dust kicking up that area. We're about to get that in Amarillo. It's going to take probably about 20 to 25 minutes for that to move on in. Just know that we're not tracking tornadoes. Probably not going to see large hail either, but remember, severe winds, straight line winds can do damage also. And I'm going to go ahead and recommend that folks out ahead of that line from Amarillo up Highway 60 to Panhandle, White Deer, Pampa, if you live in a mobile home, it might be time to get out of that and just go find a better shelter. You know, may not have any problems, but I wouldn't want to be in one. And it doesn't take, you know, a tornado to do damage, especially to a mobile home. So I'd start getting to better shelter if you're out ahead of that anywhere in this vicinity over the next hour. We're going to get that 70, maybe up to 70 mile an hour wind. So, you know, a severe thunderstorm warning will be coming for Amarillo, and it'll probably be a real large one that includes, you know, I-40 starting around Adrian. That wind is almost there to Vega, to Amarillo. We'll put out a big old severe thunderstorm warning. But just know that we're not tracking tornadoes, yet we could get the destructive or damaging straight line winds. I'm going to be on the news here in about 10 minutes to watch that. Just know that if you're watching this right now on our Facebook or our YouTube page, we'll continue to do that. But you know, if you know folks out ahead of that line, if you know folks that live on I-40, Adrian, Vega, Wildorado, Bushland, Amarillo, Canyon even, Panhandle out to White Deer, Pampa, Groom on I-40, I would definitely give them a call, let them know that, hey, the wind is about to blast. So that's the main thing we're looking at. No tornado warnings right now. We don't really have a lot of hail being reported. However, once we get out there to New Mexico around Logan and Ute Lake, some of those storms out there up to Amistad might be better hail potential candidates. That's this stuff right in here. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings for the southern part of Union and then the northern part of Quay County. These eventually, I think we're going to gel together as a big old complex of storms that moves east and southeast across the area. That's going to keep us busy well into the night. Just know for Amarillo, we're going to get the wind first, and that's probably coming within a half hour or so. So we're watching that. It's already gone through Borger and Fritch and the lake, Dumas. Big rains up around Stratford right now for the, second, third night in a row. We're picking up rain there. We just wanted to be on and let you know that we're tracking this before I get onto the news. During the news at 6, I'll have a couple of opportunities to bring you updates. But let's act accordingly. It's time to get folks in Amarillo inside, get them off the ball fields, get them off their bicycles, get them in the house, and be ready for mainly wind and then lightning and rain, and we'll see what else happens. So that's it for now. I'm going to send it back out to Sheldon. He's kind of tracking the stuff from the field. If anything happens between now and the news, we'll get back on, let Tanner have a turn at it. But right now, let's send it out to the chasers. That's going to be Sheldon. Sheldon, we're going to be back on you.
All right, thanks, Dave. Yeah, so currently here just north of Clovis right now, pulling off here real quick. Going to reassess a little bit. We want to look at a couple different things here because so far it seems like in most situations the stable air is winning, except for this storm cell just south of Dora. It doesn't actually appear to really be moving in any specific direction. It actually looks to be kind of just staying in place, but the hail core is kind of re-strengthening here on it right now. Man, that one up near Tucumcari has fallen apart. Dave, you where you can chat? I mean, it looks like that stable air is winning out. That one just south of Tucumcari, it's already starting to fizzle a little bit. But the thing that's interesting to me is look at the radar loop on this one south of Dora. It looks like it's just kind of, it's almost like it's like a flame that's burning almost. It's just coming from one spot. It's not really actually moving. It's just kind of sitting there in place, just kind of almost just rattling off just from that same location. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like up here, I mean, this stable air is winning out in a big way up where we're at in Clovis. Okay, yeah, I think we'll watch this one down near Dora and Kazi and may pivot that way just to kind of get some exciting video if nothing develops up this direction. All right, sounds good. All right, so we're gonna sit here for a little bit.
Okay.
Because that one, I don't know, because I mean, see how it's just kind of sitting there and it forms up and it just doesn't go anywhere. See how it's just kind of forming,
because it stays there.
Let's see. I'll make it go longer here.
Just chill there, basically.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Because, I mean, I feel like if we keep coming up this way, we're going to end up in that line eventually because look at that one. It's already trending down. Yeah. I think it's just the air is too stable up here. It's just... So, only other option besides going down to that would be just going up to I-40 for anything that new that develops and then basically just ride that as it rolls into town. Don't really know because, like I said, I mean, anything that forms up here north of Portales is just gets a death sentence. Yeah. I mean, look at that. It just over Millshoe died. South Farwell died. That one's maintaining, and that's in our area
until we get there.
Yeah, until we get there. That will be the kiss of death. That one up north of Logan is tempting as well, though. It's so hard to tell. A lot of lightning in both of them, for sure. But I think that stable air is just a little bit too much to overcome. big that severe warning is. It's Amarillo now.
Oh dang, all that, it's yellow?
Mm-hmm.
Severely warned?
Yep. 70-mile-an-hour winds.
Dang. Stretch out these legs real quick.
Okay. Yep, that one south of Tucumcari has all but died. I think it's got to be just dumping rain right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start going south. Let's go to Dora.
Alright.
All right, Dave. I think we're gonna pivot south for the time being, but we'll keep an eye out for any new development. We'll try to go get you some good visual. Looks like this thing is just lighting up with lightning. Might be some good heavy downpours too, so we'll go get you some good video. Get that elusive lightning picture at least, because that's just Are you go that way?
Oh, is it this one?
Yeah, go that way. Yeah, that'll be your most straight shot. Sorry, I didn't tell you that.
Alright, good. My maps told me the other way.
Oh, did it?
It's saying go that way.
Let me see. Let me just
Go
hear
ahead,
it.
go ahead, go.
Let me see what it's telling you before. I mean, I guess that'll work. Yeah, go ahead and
Yeah.
follow that. Yeah, that'll be fine.
Oh, we got a
Oh,
customer.
What's he?
Lake Meredith, wind gusting over 60 miles per hour, kicking up all kinds of dirt that way. And for Amarillo, there's the leading edge. We expect that within the next half hour. During this newscast, we'll be able to track that big blast wind coming into the city. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning, so a huge one from Amarillo all the way up to Perryton and Guyman for that big blast of wind. So we'll be watching that. Severe thunderstorm watch in effect, flash flood watch in effect. Again, here's your warnings, and this is the squall line that has created winds up over 60 to even 70 miles per hour, racing down to the southeast. More storms out in New Mexico. That's all going to gather together and push across much of the area, causing some pretty dangerous conditions. No tornadoes, but straight line wind damage definitely going to be a possibility. I'll really detail every one of those storms for you when we come back in a few minutes. Now it's time for some news.
Seeing nothing but sunshine. Got sprinkled on earlier. Probably good. What was it? Probably 45 minutes, I'd say. It's going to take us to get there.
Yeah.
right. I swear if that thing starts moving away right as soon as we start heading that direction, we'd have a
Test our luck.
problem. I mean, really nothing is popping to our north right now. You got that thing is just joining that squall line. And that's just, there's no potential for anything exciting in that.
Hopefully this one maintains.
Hopefully, we'll see. I think that joins up with that squall line. It's just no tornado potential and something like that. So those of you following along with us, we are deciding to pivot here. We're going to work our way south towards kind of the Dora-Kazi area, as we're just seeing that storm basically just sitting still right now. It does appear to be building a little bit of a hail core, so that appears to be the closest thing to us, aside from that squall line, of course. And so we're really just going to be moving that direction towards that. Hopefully give you guys some good visuals. So far we haven't been able to give you anything good here on our chasers, so hopefully we can get you some good visuals off that direction. Looks to be a lot of lightning in that particular storm, so we're gonna go see what we can see. We're gonna give it a try, see how things look off that direction. Here you go, Sergio.
What?
Alexandria here in the comments is saying Silent Hill was stupid scary. So there you go.
Well, it better be even scarier on the next gen.
All right, so squall line still working its way south towards Amarillo. So Amarillo, definitely, I mean, you're going to be seeing Dave here. Check it in there in the middle of the news at 6, so you will see Dave's full forecast here on stream if you're joining us on Facebook, YouTube, on our website as well. We're going to be seeing Dave's full forecast there. I'm going to be curious to see how quickly this squall line moving in Amarillo. Probably going to be bringing some torrential downpours, some lightning and thunder, and then, of course, maybe some small hail, strong straight line winds. That's currently heading straight for Amarillo, so we're probably be expecting some rain here pretty quickly, so expect a timeline update from Dave here momentarily. Right now, if you're following along with us, we're heading south towards Dora right now. Going to see this little storm that's just been kind of bubbling down there. We're going to see if maybe it doesn't move away by the time we get close to it. We're going to see what happens with that, because right now where we're at, there's just really not much going on, if I'm being honest. So we're gonna see what we can get down this direction. We're in close. Yep.
It's not really exploring much close either. As long as the speed limit doesn't change like it does in Oklahoma.
It's a little all over the place out here. Yeah, Dave, looks like that stuff up by Logan and Tucumcare, probably some heavy rain there, but looks like it's kind of coagulating there with that big squall line. Stable air winning the battle. Oh.
Is that what it's looking like for this one too?
Oh. Sorry, I didn't realize I was talking to you right before your tease there. What'd you say?
Is that what this one's looking like too?
What?
Is it stable air winning?
Yeah, well, this one so far, it's actually maintaining a little bit of a hail core. Like I said, it's starting from that low point. It's not actually really moving or anything. It's just kind of keeps firing along that line. See that?
Yeah.
It just
stays there and just shooting out that way.
Sitting, yeah, and it dies as soon as it gets out far enough. But it's like as it pops right there, it's pretty strong. Gets a little hail core, got a lot of lightning, and then once it moves on, it kind of dies. But it just keeps firing up new ones. So hopefully it'll maintain, and we get.
We'll see.
All right, sounds good. So you're about to get the full forecast from Dave here in just a little bit. You're going to get to see his full forecast. He'll be talking timing on that squall line coming into Amarillo. So I've been seeing a few questions in the comments about that. So stay tuned for that. Dave will be giving you the latest and best information. While you're tagging along with us, we're going to be we're still repositioning south towards Dora. Going to see what we can find off that direction. Like I said, stand by for Dave's forecast here just a little bit. As long as there's not a train, go straight.
Trains come through here?
Yes, and they're real long, just like waiting for like 10 minutes. It's ridiculous. But no, as long as they'll let you through here and there's no train, go for it.
Oh, no way. Okay,
Ooh,
okay.
Truck says I ain't waiting for nobody.
Yep.
Or that truck.
Well, they were there first.
I guess that's true.
But this car that turned, I was gonna go with.
That dude said, I'm going.
Yep.
All right, here comes Dave with his full forecast.
Time for a major, thorough, severe weather update on this first alert night. Severe thunderstorm coming into Amarillo right now, mainly severe wind. We could get winds over 60 miles per hour like we've had up around Lake Meredith. They're fully engaged right now, the wind tapering there, but here's the leading edge live from Amarillo. This is coming in from the north. We just got the wind here at News Channel 10 about 5 minutes ago, probably already gusting over 50 miles per hour. That's going to sweep across the city. During the show here, we'll be able to track that for you. Severe thunderstorm watch in effect, but look at this big bow-shaped echo right here. That's a big squall just racing down to the southeast. Now, there's rain in there. There's a lot of lightning. There aren't really tornadoes. Right now, we're not tracking hail. As I mentioned, this is a severe wind threat. This yellow box, it goes way on out here. One of the larger severe thunderstorm warnings I've ever seen in my career, but that's because it's moving so fast, and we want to get the alert out to as many people as we can that you're going to get blasted by strong straight line winds. Let's go in a little close here. Again, we just looked at the lake right about in there. The rain starting to take over. Can you see this thin green line out ahead of it? That's just now coming into the north side of Amarillo. That's the outflow boundary. That's what's stirring up the wind, well ahead of all of the rain. This is what we call velocity. This tells us how fast the wind is blowing. That green right there says that's coming towards Amarillo with winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. So even though we don't anticipate tornadoes, we can get a lot of wind damage. And like I told folks earlier, we need to be getting out of mobile homes well out ahead of this. You got time to do that south of Amarillo, not anymore for the city because the wind is coming on in. But that's going to sweep across Highway 60, I-40, either side of Amarillo during the next 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll wait on the rain to get in here and the lightning. Now, on the east side, from Guyman to Groover to Spearman to Stinnett, solid heavy rain with all that wind. That's going to move east So it looks like places like Perryton, probably out ahead of Stinnett into Wheeler County. We'll see that line get there really shortly. On the west edge, you can see that, well, places like Bushland, Wildorado, Vega, Adrian, you're in line to get all that wind within the next half hour or so. Out in New Mexico, these were individual thunderstorms. They're severe right now. Not too far from Logan, up to about Narravisa, but these are all moving in and kind of joining in with that big complex. So we're going to have a huge batch of storms, I think, that kind of congeal and move across a good part of the area next couple of hours. Roosevelt County, New Mexico. Don't want to forget this isolated storm. This is more of a hail threat, and it's south of Causey, south of Pep, in the extreme southern part of Roosevelt County. Interest down that way. Slow-moving storm with flooding and a lot of hail down that way. But again, zooming back out, the main thing we'll track over the next few hours is that complex of storms. So if you're in Canadian, Pampa, Shamrock, Clarendon, all across the eastern part of the area, it's only a matter of time till it gets there. Now, over the next 24 hours, what changes? Well, we're going to reload for another round late tomorrow. We're going to be on the east side of the dry line. The moisture is going to be here. We'll get some daytime heat. We'll watch for another disturbance, slight risks for severe weather, kind of like today, across at least parts of the area. Models showing storms, look at that, 7 or 8 p.m. tomorrow. Just kind of a general projection. Going into Saturday, we might do it again. So the next couple of evenings are still going to be active. We are continuing first alert at least in tomorrow night. And like today, we'll have the whole team out there watching storms, keeping you posted. You just need to stay tuned. As we get towards the end of the weekend, chance of rain starts to drop off. We will be heating up for a couple days, Monday, Tuesday, into the 90s. But right now, it's all hands on deck, tracking a lot of severe weather. You can also follow us live on Facebook and YouTube. I'll be back with an update here in just a few minutes. Let's send it back to news.
Jacob, I got you. Hopefully we can just get some good structure on that. There's the top of it right there. You can kind of see the top edge of it. Let's get that. Yeah, let's get ourselves close to that and just see what it's going to do. Better stay put. Better not just rocket off into Texas as soon as we get there. Yeah, no, I think we made a good call. Unless we just wanted to go see what that thing was looking like as I was pushing into.
Christmas thing?
Yeah, they do like one of those like drive-through Christmas light displays.
In an abandoned stadium?
Yeah, that's old Greyhound Stadium, so like it goes around like the territory around it.
That's dope. The stadium looks cool.
It's a cool stadium for sure. They built a new one a few years back, so it's. Big Squall line's about to get Amarillo. Lightning's really dying down inside of that thing.
Great.
Don't be falling apart now as we decided to go over that direction. Come on now. Come on,
I
man.
can go faster.
Let's see what we got
I
here.
got 20 minutes.
20 minutes, it says?
23.
Okay. Let's see what happens, I guess. We'll write it out. There's no point there's nothing else worth going up to.
Alright.
And we'll go see what that does, and then probably even after that, probably just head back, because unless something else fires up, because literally everything else is... The stuff up near Logan, there's not even a severe warning on it. It's kind of be meshed into that line. We're just going to be missing that Squall line hitting Amarillo, but nothing to be done for that. Yeah, so let's just get to this thing as quickly as we can. looks like the lightning densities are way down in it. See what it does.
Portales looks exactly like I thought it would.
What's that?
I said Portales looks exactly like I thought it would. Mexico-ish.
New Mexico-ish. That's fair. Alright, sounds good. Not missing anything over here. Yeah, no kidding, that's where the craziness is today.
All right, folks, tracking severe weather. It is a first alert night, and we have the entire first alert team. You ought to see the studio. We're packed with people doing all kinds of jobs to, pass along information. Right now, I just need to let you know that there's going to be a lot more wind than anything else. You folks in Borger know what I'm talking about. That wind has been gusting well over 50, sometimes up to close to 60 miles per hour. Wind and rain kind of sideways up there in Borger right now. Look at the flags. Here for Amarillo, we have the wind. We're just kind of waiting for some rain. That's a live shot looking up Buchanan as that north wind rips on in here. Here's the situation. We've got this big squall right there surging down to the southeast. This is not a day that we've had individual rotating tornado-producing storms. We just have this complex that's ripping down to the southeast. This is a severe thunderstorm warning along and out ahead of it for miles, anticipating that wind. So straight line wind damage is kind of our primary concern. We have had reports of accidents in dust with the visibility going down to zero. People kind of pull off and then get slammed. Please be cautious. If you're going to get off the road, get way off the road so people don't run into you. Now, let's take a look at the leading edge here, see what it's doing, and we'll just take a look at the entire area. But for Amarillo, it's that green line right there that has pushed through the city. That's the gust front, the outflow boundary, and that is the start of the wind. There's rain in there, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But right now, take a look at this. This is where we look at the wind velocity. That's what a Doppler radar does. It kind of checks the wind velocity. And that bright green right there coming into the north side of Amarillo, showing winds gusting over 50 miles per hour. We've had 64-mile-an-hour winds up at Stinnett, 54, I think, in Borger. Earlier, we've had 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds, Sunray, just all across the area. So that's what we're dealing with. Let's come back now and take a look at that radar echo. Here's the rain, and we'll get some of that here in Amarillo, but it's going to be blowing sideways and mixed with mud and everything else. Let's go to the east edge of this. Things are getting a little better in Guyman. This is where probably some of the heavier rain is going to be because it's really filled in with just steady rain behind that leading edge. But from Hardesty down to Spearman, working east, Waka, Farnsworth, Perryton, you'll be getting that within the next hour. Not as much wind there, but it'll be gusty, and that's where the heavier rain will be. Skellytown, well, there's Borger, and the heavier rain starting to move out. Skellytown, Pampa, you're up next. You'll be getting the wind soon, and then follow that up with the rain. White Deer, Panhandle down to Highway 60. Again, that squall is about to cross on and then push down to the southeast. If you're out ahead of that, that's going to include Conway, Groom, even over towards McLean, Shamrock, Wheeler. Stand by, coming your way. The west edge, some of that rain getting down to Vega, Adrian soon. You're getting the wind out there, but hopefully you'll get that rain here pretty soon also. Not seeing a lot of hail, fortunately, and certainly not tornadoes, but out towards Logan, very heavy rain. We'll keep an eye on that one for maybe some hail potential that's a little bit stronger. I'd stay off I-40 all the way out into Mexico until things kind of settle down. Roosevelt County, we still have that slow-moving storm about to push south out of our area, but very heavy rain and maybe some hail there. Again, severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but damaging straight-line winds as that moves across a good part of the area. Lots of track. We're going to keep you posted for Amarillo. You're going to get a blast wind, not a tornado, and I'll have an update here in just a little while. We'll see what those storms are doing. Now back to news.
All right, so those of you hanging out with us here on the stream, currently heading south down 206 towards Dora right now. This is just simply the closest thing to us. Currently, this is just the closest storm, and you saw Dave talking about it on radar. They're not even severe warned right now, but it's just the closest activity to us. So far, it looks like, at least where we're at, the stable air is just simply winning out here currently, at least for eastern New Mexico. The stable air is winning out, so that severe threat is really going to be a lot lower. So far, it's looking like we're not even seeing anything new firing up. So after we check out what's happening down here in Dora, what we will do is we will then head back north, probably head back closer to Amarillo, kind of see how things look as that squall line continues to advance south. As you just saw with Dave's update there, it's still working its way into the north side of Amarillo. So if you're following along with us, we are not focused on that squall line right now. Our target area today was eastern New Mexico. 4 storms popping up, but it does look like that stable air is just kind of winning out, which is resulting in a pretty uneventful storm chase. So we're going to head south towards this little thunderstorm here south of Dora, see how things look, and then probably circle back, head back to Amarillo after that. Just keep tagging along with us here. You're going to see updates from Dave as that the squall line is working its way through Amarillo. So if you have questions about Amarillo, I know Dave and Tanner are monitoring their things there. tag along with us. We'll try to get you some good visuals, see how things look out this direction. Currently heading south down 206 towards Dora. We're now going to see what's happening out that direction. But other than that, it's been quiet out here. A lot of sunshine and some pretty humid, muggy conditions for us here in the kind of Portales, Clovis areas. So we're just going to keep on trucking this way, see what we can find. Stick around with us. Keep an eye out for updates from Dave and Tanner. But for me and Sergio here in the Weather Atlas, we're just going to see what we can find out this direction because it's the closest game in town. It's that, not much else. Yeah, it's officially east of the highway now.
Is it?
Dadgum. Throw us a bone, Mother Nature.
Straight ahead.
Yeah.
10 miles. 5 miles.
Just keep trucking down this way. Go until we see something, I guess. It looks like it's right on the very southern edge of Roosevelt County. What's that?
Is that all this flat land?
Oh yeah, a lot of it out here, for sure. A lot of it.
Needs to snipe someone.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Some swans.
Alright, give me some room. Give me some room.
There we go.
Thank you.
All right, hello to everybody out there. Tanner Brammer here, popping in for a quick update. We are currently in a commercial break in the 6 o'clock show, so I'll do a quick tour through radar, see what we're seeing around the region. Everybody in Amarillo, I know you've already seen those winds pick up. Rain starting to move into the heart of the city. We're hearing the rain pound the station as of right now. We'll probably continue to see this rain probably fall for the next maybe 20 to 30, possibly even longer, 20 to 30 minutes. But continuing to see some 50 to 55 mile an hour wind gusts with this cluster of storms. And as you can see, like Dave was talking about on the show, it is severe warned for the entire line, going from Amarillo all the way up through Borger, Pampa, all the way up into Perryton, all the way up into the Oklahoma Panhandle. Again, we are hearing those winds pick up here at the station. We're hearing that rain pound our roof as well. So a lot of rain, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, a lot of wind. Luckily, it's not looking tornadic, and it's not much of a hail threat either for this particular line of storms. But this is the time to get inside, okay? Damaging winds a little bit. We got a gust up to 64 miles an hour up in Stinnett. Got a gust up to about 50 to 55 in Amarillo. So we'll continue to keep track of this. You'll see Dave pop on for one final update at the end of the show, so keep an eye out for that. But for now, I'll go and send things back out to Sheldon, see what he's seeing, and then we'll pop back on if necessary.
All right, thanks, Tanner. Yep, still advancing south down 206, heading towards Dora. Still kind of keeping an eye on this storm right here. Gonna see what we can see with it. Like I said, not really holding our breath for anything too exciting, but we're gonna head that way, see what this storm has with it, see if it's gonna be trying anything. It's on the very southern edge of Roosevelt County right now, but up from here, I mean, right now you have to go all the way up back to Amarillo, up around the San Juan, Logan area before you start seeing any other activity. So from anywhere from I-40 south, nothing is going on. But that squall line is quickly advancing, so it will be impacting communities to the south eventually. But right now, just, I mean, looking at severe clear conditions for a lot of communities. But muggy, that's the thing, is that dry line is still backed up, so it is nice and humid out there for sure. But I want to know. Let's see here. My eyes see me if I'm just kind of into trying to see what I want to see. But I mean, not enough of a tornadic lowering, but perhaps. I don't know if that's rain we're seeing fall out of the bottom of it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what it looked like.
It's or if it's actually a cloud formation down low. Now, if that's the case, it could be something.
I'll take it. If it means no lightning, I'll take it.
Get some lightning, something. Get something good. See, broad weak rotation in it right now. Nothing noteworthy currently, but still seeing good southeasterly winds. That's the thing, is the winds are the right direction. The atmosphere is pretty much primed for severe weather, but the problem is a very large storm went through here just last night. And with that, kind of the atmosphere gets worked over and things become very stable. So that's the thing, is has the atmosphere recovered enough from yesterday's storm? Now, originally we thought maybe it has, maybe it hasn't as much as we originally thought. So we're approaching to it right now, we're getting pretty close. Like I said, just gotta see what we can see with this particular storm, see if it's gonna try anything. Somebody asking about anything for Portales. As of right now, no. Based on what we're seeing right now, I wouldn't be expecting that to change here anytime soon. This cell that we're currently approaching to track here south of Doria is currently working to the east. So if it's going to be making any big moves, it's going to be making its moves into Texas, not towards places like Portales. So full right now, Portales is in the clear. But still, of course, even as we go into sundown, that thunderstorm risk will still be there for storms to form. But the way it's sitting right now is that we're looking at pretty quiet conditions for a lot of eastern New Mexico currently. No, I just put the one ear in yet.
Alright. Here we are in Dora.
Let's get it. Straight through. Good old Dora, New Mexico, home of the coyotes. Seeing lightning maybe pick up a little bit. It's now east of the highway, or at least the heaviest bit of it is.
So, do we want to head that way?
No, I'd stay straight. Yeah, because this way it'll put us right behind it. And there is a road that can kind of take us that direction if we do so choose. Yeah. Let's just stay where we're at. That big tall stand right there. I helped build that.
Yeah?
Yeah. That was one of our ag projects one year. That was our welding project, was building the film stand for the football field.
I saw lightning.
Got some? There we go.
From over there.
Good, good. Got a first lightning strike of the day. Those of you riding along with us have been wondering why it's kind of been a boring stream so far, at least from our end of the spectrum, looks like things are exciting up in Amarillo. That's just the way things go sometimes. I mean, that's the beauty of Texas Panhandle weather is every sign can say that severe weather is going to happen, but sometimes when it comes down to it, comes down to crunch time, sometimes it just doesn't happen. And, I mean, that's things. We're still seeing some severe, this is still a storm right here that could be producing some hail. It's got a lot of lightning in it currently. But I'd say largely so far this system as a whole has kind of underperformed. That squall line, though, obviously bringing some very large impacts with it. Not to discount that threat for sure. But down where we're at was an area we thought was really going to be a lot more active. It's seeming less and less like that is going to be a possibility as of right now. But we're going to go. We're here, so might as well go check it out and see how things look. it's now like racing off to the east. What I'll do is if this 258 is okay, as we got ways until then, we'll go east down it, that'll get us back into Texas, and we'll just probably head back to Amarillo after that. Covered a whole lot of ground and seen a whole lot of nothing. Way it goes though. See the bottom of the cloud right there. The structure isn't terrible. What's that?
Those clouds that stay pretty low.
Right, see that low ring on it? I mean, honestly, if it stays down here, I mean, if it starts rotating, we'll just stay on it. I mean, even if it technically leaves the DMA, it's not like there's something else we can be on. It's getting a little bit of a rotation signature on it, right there on that low ring. Basically, once we're like dead even with it, we're going to look for a Highway 258, which I believe should be a paved highway. That should take us straight east into Texas, or at least close to. Yeah, it should take us into a place called Amarillo, and after that we can route back to Amarillo should we need to. That low ring's not nothing. That's not terrible.
Look at that cloud.
It's
The white one.
Yeah, the little white puffy one out in front of it. But that low ring, I mean, like I said, it's not nothing. Let's see, Dave's about to take over. Just warned it as it rolls into Texas. That's weird. Kind of funny that New Mexico office wouldn't warn it, but as soon as it, basically they have it right to state line, as soon as it gets into Texas, it'll be a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Don't currently give it a tornado possible tag, but doesn't mean it can't. I mean, it's got a little bit of broad rotation there. It is getting stronger. That's not nothing. Dave, you got a copy right now? Or are you about to go on?
Is that rain right there? You see that stream?
Yeah, there's some rain. Oh, yep, sure enough. Might be a little bit of hail mixed in there too. Sometimes you see like kind of those white little kind of wispy stuff that sometimes can be hail. I think it's high base, but it's got broad rotation on it. That's no slouch. It actually could be right turn a little bit.
All right, well, we're tracking a lot of storms out there. First alert night. Here for Amarillo, it's kind of like a car wash. We got 50-mile-an-hour winds, 50 to 55, and a lot of rain across the area. Here's the severe thunderstorm watch. We have added on some counties there in the eastern part of the Panhandle. So it's going to be Lipscomb, Hemphill counties, Wheeler County going to be added to the severe thunderstorm watch area. And here's the latest. It's got this big bow echo of storms surging down to the southeast. Severe thunderstorm warning up in Seward County, Kansas. Liberal off the east. That's where we could have some quarter-size hail. This is where the heavier rain is going to be. Heading into Beaver County, coming into Perryton. Not as much wind there, but you're going to get some very heavy rain. Winds probably up over 40. Hail threat kind of low there. Again, but just watch out for all that rain coming out of Groover into the Perryton area. Pampa. Here it comes. You've had the wind. Now the rain is coming in. Pretty heavy rain from Pampa to White Deer. That's spreading out rapidly. LaFours, Miami Canadian. You'll get it within an hour or so. Amarillo, well, that gust front's well south of us. We still got those 50-mile-an-hour winds. Got some moderate to heavy rainfall. That's heading down to Lake Tanglewood. Canyon, you'll be getting that. Claude, be on standby coming your way. I-40 is wet all the way out into New Mexico, and still pretty heavy there around Logan. Might have quarter-size hail with that. No tornadoes anywhere. Again, it's mainly a wind threat and the lightning. That will continue to push on down to the southeast, and over the next 24 hours, more storms possible tomorrow night. First alert continues. Saturday evening, we have a chance of some storms, and then it starts to back down a little bit. You can follow us live on Facebook and on YouTube. We'll be cutting in frequently to keep you posted. Keep it on News Channel 10. We'll keep you advised.
That white cloud. I feel like it says when you come down, you can just touch it. It's moving.
What's that?
It said it's moving a lot.
It is, yeah. Dave, if you've got a copy right now, I mean, I know it's just about to leave our DMA. It's just kind of all of a sudden started to take off on us here. It wasn't moving over the highway, but now all of a sudden it is. But if you get a chance, switch over to the Clovis radar and look at the rotation signature on this storm that we're on in southern Roosevelt County. It's actually picking up a little bit.
That's going to be something.
Clouds moving right there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you see that lowering right there?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not nothing. It's pulling air into it. It's moving into a moisture-rich atmosphere. It's got southeast winds pulling air into it. I mean, it's got the things it needs, as long as the atmosphere isn't too stable.
I imagine that's how big a mushroom cloud is.
Have you seen that how big it is? Isn't that nuts? Crazy how big they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been hanging in there. It's kind of been just like attached to that boundary, but now it's like detached to the boundary. It's now actually kind of taken off a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see what it does. We're going to follow it into Texas here, see what it does here. Lightning's picking up as well. It's huge. That's not nothing. So those of you following along on the stream, you've heard Dave and I kind of talking about the rotation on the storm. It does have some very broad rotation. I mean, obviously not seeing a tornado warning or anything like that right now. Obviously not seeing a tornado because we can actually see the base of this storm. But one thing I do want to let y'all know about is while we are sticking with this storm here for the time being, it's actually moving out of the News Channel 10 viewing area. So if you are worried about this, I was mentioning, of course, rotation and things like that. It's currently working its way southeast out of Roosevelt County, and that will put it out of the News Channel 10 viewing area. It's going to be working its way towards places like Bledsoe and further down around kind of close to the Morton area. Whiteface is going to be what it's closest to as well. So since we're down here, we're going to monitor it because we are simply just so far away from everything else. Dave and Tanner have that Squall line up in Amarillo. They have that completely covered. They're going to be giving you guys the best look on that. But I would say if you've been following along with the stream, if you've stuck with us, stuck at least with us here on the car up to this point, we're now certainly getting into the most interesting stuff we've seen all day. So we're going to follow this storm and see what it does as lightning is picking up. Got some broad rotation. Might be trying to strengthen. We're going to watch it very closely. Yeah, like I said, so we still got a little ways until then. We're going to keep an eye out for 258. That will shoot us straight east, right behind this thing where we need to be. That'll just keep us dead even with it. I mean, that rotation is not bad. If you see that right there. So if we get going down 258, that'll put us just to its northwest. What's that?
I said mine must be dumping right to the.
Let's go. It's very high based, which makes it a little less tornadic, but it's. That's worth going after though, for sure. Because it's built up that rotation in the past hour, 30 minutes to an hour. Let's see what Lubbock is saying about it. It's 258. Yeah, 258. Here we go. Yeah. So just keep us right alongside of it here. Milling sand. All right, so I mean, look at that lowering right there.
All right, evening everybody. Tanner Brammer here popping in for a little bit of a radar update. You saw Dave pop on about 10 minutes ago. This cluster of storms, not really a cluster, this bow of storms, not showing any signs of weakening anytime soon. Still talking about some up to 60 to 65 mile an hour wind gusts. In fact, the National Weather Service just confirmed that we got a gust of 59 up in Pampa. You saw Dave talking about it a few minutes ago. Pampa just now seeing them pick up on the heaviest of that rain, a lot of lightning, likely a lot of thunder as well. The Fords are just now picking up on that wind, and it is severe warned really for this entire line of storms.
Okay.
Going all the way from Amarillo and
Okay,
Canyon,
copy, Sheldon. I'll look at that.
all the way up into Pampa, all the way up into Perryton, all the way up into Beaver County, up in Oklahoma. So this is a serious line of storms. Could be some damaging winds, like I said, up to 60 to 65 miles per hour. In fact, I'll get you guys the information boxes right here. So actually warned up to 70 miles per hour. They haven't taken that away. The good news is it's not looking like a major hail threat with this line of storms. It's not really a lot of updraft to work with, but a lot of outflow. You can see that outflow boundary way out ahead of it. And come on, let's zoom in here. There we go.
Yeah, Sheldon, looks like a little right turn on that.
Kind of mentioned it earlier. You can probably hear Dave conversing with Sheldon a little bit. You can see this outflow boundary right along here, all the way through Canyon. Hereford, you're going to pick up on these gusty winds here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. And then eventually see the rain move into your hometowns. Canyon and Palo Duro, you're going to pick up on the rain here fairly soon. You've already picked up on the gusty winds.
You have my blessings on that.
But for the rest of the evening, this is going to continue to push south and southeastward, kind of in the fashion that it's been doing for the past couple of hours.
That, Sheldon. Blessings. Do it.
So Allen Reed, Clarendon, even maybe down toward Childress later tonight. Storms moving into your cities here within the next couple of hours. So severe warned. Not going to be surprised if they keep it severe warned for the rest of the night as it moves into Oklahoma and into Wichita Falls. Another severe warning, I wouldn't be surprised if they let this expire. Hail 1 inch in diameter, that's quarter-sized hail, along with some 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts up over toward Logan, over toward Bard as well in Quay County. But we are keeping track of this. We'll pop in on TV and on Facebook if necessary. You'll probably see Doppler Dave pop in during some TV commercial upgrade. Let's see if I can get my words together here. During some TV commercial breaks. There we go.
About 7:25 I'll be on.
So you'll see him pop on a couple times, and then he'll be on during the news at 10. Then we got another round of storms again going into tomorrow night that we are also under first alert for. So no shortage of active weather here in the Texas Panhandle. So keep it tuned to the News Channel 10. Stay tuned into our socials as well as our website and our KFDA weather app. Our weather app is very important to have in days like this. You can get you can be the first to be alerted in case any severe thunderstorm warnings are issued for your area. So a lot of things to keep in mind, but for now I'll go and send things back out over to Sheldon and the Chaser Atlas.
Hey, thanks, Tanner. Yep, so currently we are in the far southern reaches of Roosevelt County right now. Still technically in Roosevelt County, but looking at that lowering right now, this storm, which is getting a little bit of rotation on it. Not just extremely strong, not just the most, mind-blowing rotation we've ever seen, but it does have rotation nonetheless, albeit a little bit messy, but it does have a little bit of rotation. As you can see, some beautiful structure. Right now, there's no shortage of great structure, so we're going to keep an eye on this. We're now just to the southeast of Dora as this storm is working its way over near Bledsoe, which, like I said, as we track this thing into Texas, that does officially take us out of the News Channel 10 viewing area. But like I said, Dave and Tanner absolutely have that squall line up in Amarillo covered for sure. So we're going to let them focus on that. And that's why we have our sizable weather team like we do, is the ability to focus on several things at once. Big thing right now is keeping up with it. How fast is it moving? East at 20. Got rained on a lot here recently. Got a lot of rain on the road. Kind of a high base on it, but explosive. Okay, now it's really right turn and just gonna make it hard to keep up with. But once we get to Bledsoe, we'll have road options. Somebody just turned their mic off. Rainbow. Yeah, got a rainbow there.
See if we can zoom in on
that. I got a copy, yep. So, looks like right now most of eastern New Mexico, that's going to be your Taos, Clovis, Melrose, Floyd, Grady, all looking to be in the clear right now. Got a few little thunderstorms kind of developing there north of Grady. Everything generally going to be getting caught up in that big line of thunderstorms as they're working their way south right now. But for us, like I said, we are in the far southwestern part, or far southwestern part of the area. Still some rotation on that thing. The base is getting obscured right now. Okay, so we're close to Texas here, because I think this, if I'm not mistaken, this curve is going to zig and zag us back towards Bledsoe. Yep, I believe this is getting us into Texas. $725. Copy that, Dave. Thank you. Hopefully we can get something on this storm. We're going to see what we get. across?
There.
From there to there? Nice. Looky there. See, there's our more defined lowering right there. That's our best bit of rotation right there on the back side of it. That thing is hooking. That thing's forming a hook. Dave, if you can hear me, look at it on radar now from the Clovis radar. It's starting to form a little bit of a hook echo on it. Drive all the way out here for nothing. Just need to get closer to it, but it does look like we'll have an opportunity, perhaps. Yeah, definitely. It's no slouch. Definitely, we've been desperate. So it looks like on a Blitzer there's a road that goes back to the southwest, but I don't think we want to take that, because if we commit to that, then we are stuck on it. We won't have an option to go east other than just backtracking. But I wonder if there's like a state line road. If we go southwest and then straight south, go find 1585 here, that would almost put us in a perfect position. Would you believe it or not, we're almost dead even with Lubbock right now?
Are we?
Yeah. We've covered some ground. Covering some country today, but I'm liking that. I'm liking that a lot. Rotation sharpening. It's got a right hook on it. Surprisingly enough, it's not closer to the Lubbock radar, but the Lubbock radar really doesn't have that great of a look at it. Got a rainbow in there too. Let's go. That thing is huge. getting pretty close to Bledsoe. Which that's the only thing is we'll have to kind of not wait it out a little bit, but as you can see it's directly south of us. So to get south, it's, yeah. Let's see what they're saying about it. Yeah. Yeah, okay, here's the point. Let's get to some Texas. Alright, so this is us getting into Bledsoe, back in the Lone Star State. Okay. So the state line road is still here, so it actually looks like here.
It's a good spot to camp.
Maybe not yet. If it's gonna let you go straight off this curve, if it's paved,
Take it.
if it's paved, take it. Because that's saying if this keeps tracking that way, that's gonna put us right behind. Ooh, no, it is not. Okay, no, stay on the highway. Yeah, it's a bit of a risky play. If I knew it was dry, I would say yeah.
Sure.
But I don't know that it's dry, so we're not gonna push that. Which that actually really sucks because that's our best south option for a while. We'd have to
Want to
get,
camp in here?
we got a good view. I'd love to get closer if we can, but I don't know what our options are in getting further. Because I wish that road was dry, but seeing what we're seeing right now, I would venture to bet that it's not. Bug on our camera. I just wish we could get a better look, but this might be as good as it gets, but it's only going to keep going that way.
That's what you're saying.
You know, so it's tricky because yeah, state line road was going to be a good bet, but we can if we get into.
I mean, it's not that wet. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not.
Maybe another one that intersects it and take that one maybe.
Well, we can go down once we get into Bledsoe here. There's going to be Highway 125, which will take us back that direction. It will get us south, but we're going to go that way some.
Okay.
But I wonder. It doesn't look like until you get down close to Tatum that it actually hooks back to the east, at least with the real road. Well, no, that doesn't connect. There's 1585, 769. It almost looks like, I mean, it makes me believe that there is a point where, I don't know, okay, so here's the thing. So on here, you got, that's the road that takes us to the southwest. There's no label on this. It doesn't say that there's a name for this bit of state line road. This one all of a sudden it turned into 789, which might mean that it's paved.
Alright.
So take 125 here. Take this. This will at least start getting us south closer to it. And then if that 769 is paved, then we will hook straight south, and that will put us just right there with it. And then as it moves east, just right off the highway, we're gonna be right behind it. That'll put us in a perfect spot. Rotation's getting a little messy.
No bueno.
I won't go that far just yet, but it's still got a slight hook shape to it. I'm not completely discounting that it's given up. There's still something in there. We just gotta get out of the way of that rain. Because really, I mean, that's like for the best place. I mean, you want to be somewhere right there to have the absolute best view.
Right.
But back here isn't bad. you seen Nope?
What? Nope.
Have you seen Nope yet? Where it hides behind the cloud.
Yeah.
That one cloud that just doesn't move. I mean, hey, it would make them hard to track if they...
I agree.
I'm just saying it'd give them a really bumpy flight, though, that's for sure.
So this is the thing that's hooking them? Is what you're saying?
No, kind of from over here.
Oh.
So the winds are... Because that's the thing, is this is moving that direction. The winds are coming into it from the other side. And so that right there is going to be the area that I'm watching for something to drop out. I mean, see how it's just this big chunk coming down? So, I mean, it's definitely got rotation. See, right now we're getting... The problem is right now the Clovis has the best radar on it, but it's almost getting too far away from the Clovis radar to really get it complete. Okay, sounds good, Dave. About to see Dave check in. He's going to be keeping you guys up to date with what's happening there in Amarillo. Still seeing that Squall line move through, so Dave Tanner going to be bringing you guys the best information on that. Okay, it says 768 or 769.
69.
Okay, is that... Let's see what we're dealing with here. This is... Oh, it is 769, I lied. Okay, so if 769 is paved, take it. Which should take us straight south, which I think...
That's this one.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah,
Yes, 769 south. Yep, do it.
Look at that. That's where we would have came
So
out.
yeah, we would have came out. So we probably would have been okay to take that,
Yeah.
but it's good to know that this from here on out it's paved.
As far as we know.
Okay, so this should take us take us right up next to it. As long as it stays paved, this is gonna be, I think this is our best shot again.
Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey friends, Doppler Dave here with you on another First Alert night. Let's see what's happening out there. There is a lot on the plate. Severe thunderstorm watch continues, and this whole golden area right there, that's all a big old severe thunderstorm warning as this huge Boeing echo shape surges across the eastern part of the area. It's mainly a wind threat, although there might be a few pockets of hail. Looking better around Liberal. This is building south now, coming into Beaver County. So we might be looking at some nickel to quarter size hail in the city of Beaver, all the way down to about Elmwood, but it's wet from Guyman all the way out 412, all the way through Beaver County. Dropping south, Perryton, you're getting into the rain. You'll be in that for a while, but non-severe it looks like. It does pick up down the south there a little bit, coming over Highway 70 and 83. That's about to move on over towards a place like Booker, Darrowsette, and then Follette with at least some wind, some rain, but not quite the heaviest part. Pampa, you've been in the storms and the wind, the bulk of that moving off to the east. Now it's places like Miami, LaFours, and rapidly approaching Mobeetie and Canadian. You expect winds over 50 miles per hour, followed by some solid rain and a ton of lightning in there also. Down to I-40, we're picking it up on Groom. Won't take long to get over to Allen Reed. Back to Conway. The worst over for Amarillo. Now it's moving down into Canyon. Again, the wind should start to taper off. You'll be in some moderate rainfall. Paladuro Canyon getting hammered right now. But from Claude down Goodnight to Clarendon, the wind will increase and the rain will pick up in time. Back to the west, things getting a little better around Vega, but there's a few new cells coming down closer to Adrian on I-40, so it's still pretty stormy for any interest heading out towards New Mexico. I'd still give that a little time for things to clear. Not seeing a lot of hail out here, but again, the gusty winds and the lightning, the rain will continue. The outflow boundary now moving through Happy, back over to about Clarendon, and we'll sweep across Tulia, Silverton. If you're out of Shamrock, Wellington, Childress, it's only a matter of time till the storms move down your way as well. Again, no tornadoes out there, but we do have winds over 50 to 60 miles per hour. A lot of probably hail and lightning as these storms continue. A couple more hours off to the east. We'll be watching that. You can also follow us live on Facebook and on YouTube, and we'll have an update for you here on News Channel 10 just a little bit down the road. Stay tuned.
But seeing this right here is what we call beaver tail.
Yeah.
Pulling air into it. Need to see, once we get closer to it, what the winds inside of it are doing. Not winds inside of it, but winds. I said we need winds blowing into it. That's how we know we're in the money. It's less exciting now, but I'm not giving up on it. there is a big old hail core. All that white, kind of grayish stuff right there. That's gonna make it hard to see things from here. Okay, so it's now officially east of the highway, so we can keep staying on here, and we're not gonna get caught up in anything.
We don't need it yet, but
What's up?
eventually we'll need a gas
Need a
station.
gas station, okay. This is probably gonna spit us out probably close to Plains. Probably gotta get back to Plains. Woo! Close call there, birdie. Alright, let's just watch the Lubbock radar now. Might be weakening a little bit. Let's see.
It's a hail on the ground on the road.
Oh, yep, got some hail. Yeah, good size hail there. If you see any that look just exceptionally big, stop, take a look at them, yeah.
They look about the same right now.
Yeah, they kind of do. Probably some dime to quarter size. And you know when you see a big one, it just sticks out like a sore thumb. There's a big white chunk in the grass or on the road, or probably more likely to see the, yeah, there's some.
Some of that.
I don't see any real big ones, but the real big ones are gonna be in the dirt and the grass. If they hit the pavement, they're gonna just smack and splatter. Okay, let's get our actual location on this thing. What's that?
That just looks cool how
Yeah,
it's moving.
real high base on it. Okay, so let's see. Okay, now, okay, hold on. Can't really get a good look at the base. It's getting kind of messy now. South 58.5, which based on that is right in the thick of it.
Nobody. Hit 6 minutes ago.
Oh, it went inside.
It's good to see. Yeah.
Nice. I still need to go see it. Might try to go see something this weekend. Okay. It's kind of messy right there. We're right underneath it. If we get a chance to kind of pull off that way a little bit, let's do that and just stop here in a second. Just kind of stop and look at it and see what it's. It just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on it.
For it.
60-mile-an-hour wind, quarter-sized hail, nothing too crazy there. off into this real quick. I just want to stop and kind of look at it. Stretch our legs for a second. And get from these power lines. Golly. That wind is coming. Problem is, feel which direction that wind's coming from? It's coming from that way.
No-go?
That's no bueno. It's pretty though. I'm gonna get some pictures of it.
Yeah.
There's someone right around there. I mean, we're looking into the heaviest part of it right here. Dave, if you can hear me, you see our stream right now. We'll play a game of Thunderstorm or Mushroom Cloud. I mean, pretty amazing structure out here for sure. Oh, what were you saying about that? Yeah, that's what we were just thinking as well. So I mean, you kind of see, I mean, you just see kind of this white haze at the bottom of it, kind of obscuring the actual base of it. But you can, I mean, you can see if you follow it up through here. I mean, you can kind of see that whole little beaver tail thing going on, trailing up into it, and whatnot. So we're gonna go find 1585 and kind of head into it. But yeah, I mean, this thing is just explosive. But rotation looking a little weak right now. But yeah, the hail core is no slouch. Yeah, definitely. We're going to take 1585. That'll take us east a little bit because right now we'd have to go nearly all the way to Plains to get to our next road. That'll take us east. So I figured we're going to go north and then east. Okay. We'll keep giving you pretty pictures up all the way up until then.
So it'll be a road going this way?
Yeah, so yeah, it's gonna be 1585. Ought to be up a little ways, but it should be 1585. Should take you straight east. Got a few zigs and zags in it. We're gonna have to be careful as we roll into it though. We'll start to definitely get into some rain. Hail core looks like it's south of the highway, but But I think it's getting close to that. At the very least, maybe we'll get to see some big hail. Maybe we'll roll in right as it comes through, and we can swing in and grab some big hailstones.
Let's do it.
Stuff popping up on the plains right now too. Once it hits that storm, the fun's really over. At that point, we might as well just head on back if it does that. I really don't think we're gonna go much further south. I think if anything, we go east here a little ways.
Okay.
See if we can't find some cool hail. And then probably just be on our way. Unless it looks like it's gonna cycle. Which not giving me any indication that it will, but we'll watch it.
This is 1580.
1585, yeah. 1585 should be a highway. So that hill we're just passed over the highway. Should be south of it now. Might drive through some good heavy rain. Hey, we're logging some miles today. We're technically south of Lubbock right now. Other than the squall line, there's literally nothing else happening. I mean, if we were going to throw a Hail Mary after something, it was this. That's literally, everything else is just heavy rains. There's not even, they've actually, that stuff south of Amarillo now doesn't even have a severe thunderstorm warning. You got to go all the way to the East Panhandle. Still thunderstorm warning. Still strong winds, heavy rain, but Amarillo's now actually done with the heaviest part of the rain. We'll probably just drive through some rain on our way back. But good. That's what I like about Texas. This one paved out in the middle of nowhere, 75 mile an hour speed limit. For New Mexico, it's be like 45 miles an hour. Which, to be fair, like literally right on the other side of the road there was New Mexico. Get my camera repositioned here. I mean, it still has some hard definition to it, but a strong updraft like that, it's more of a hailer than anything else. Like I said, it can be definitely exciting in its own right. Honestly, if you want to stop somewhere and grab some like food like on the way back, name of the place, I'm not picky. So we're gonna come out near Lubbock, we're gonna pass up the Plainview, and let's just see what happens as we go down this way, because like I said, this will take us, we'll get back up to 214, which, you know, we took 214 on the way up to nearly Dalhart. I mean, yeah, you're definitely on the back side of it, that's for sure. It's... So the structure is fantastic. Look at the VI. Let's see what it thinks about the hail. It has a thing on here, hydrometeor classification.
Good catch.
Thank you. It has a yellow on here, so it has in the middle of this what it classifies as giant hail. So we might have a chance of seeing some big hail. Hopefully after it's fallen. That'd be, we get to go find a big hailstorm or something. That's just as cool. That'll be our highlight. Pretty picture and some big old hail. Yeah, so it's gonna go and it's gonna do like a little curve, zig and zag. And then after that, that's it. It's be on hill watching duty. We'll probably get into some rain. But like I said, the hail core is south. If we wanted to be brave, we could go south out 214 and get a little bit closer to the core, but I don't know how much I want to do that. But the bit that's just south of the highway right now, it's classifying as giant hail.
Giant hail.
Giant hail. Still just cranking strong too. Here's our curves.
Lindsay just messaged me.
Who
She
did?
said, Lindsay.
Oh yeah?
She said, "Do you have food? If not, I'll grab y'all some Chick-fil-A."
I mean,
We're not gonna get there till.
I was about to say I appreciate the offer, but it'll be the 10 o'clock show will be over by the time we get back. Do appreciate an offer for Chick-fil-A. Thank you, but I think we'll find this time. Do a rain check.
Tomorrow.
There we go, yeah. I'll accept Chick-fil-A another day. Now, Dave, if you can hear us, we're going to be passing north of where that hail core just passed over. According to scope, it's calling it giant hail, so we're going to go see if we can't find ourselves some big old hailstones. Not going to drive into it. We're going to see if maybe find some ones that have already fallen, hopefully. You got it. You see all the dark, you know, you get your rain and everything, but see that kind of white wispy stuff, that's probably
That's
hail.
the hail.
Yeah. That's not even plugged in.
What's that?
It's for recording.
Oh, what?
Yeah. So we can plug this, and so if we want to actually start recording, you can hit record on that. What's cool with this is as that goes, like you can press record on that, it records every single camera.
Oh, dang.
It's like it'll record what's happening on here, even if it's not
not on?
Yeah, even if it's not what's up.
Tricky.
It's not recording right now though,
I know y'all secrets now.
but it ain't recording right now. It's actually kind of funny because the Clarendon tornado Alex put together this video, and he was showing like the thing, and then it cuts to the inside of us like fist bumping each other and going like, yeah. I was like, oh, I didn't even consider that was recording at the time. Get some heavier rain up here. Worst of the hail course should be passed over. Shouldn't be getting anything nasty as long as we stay on this road. They didn't get beat up by hail. So far, not really seeing anything down here. Okay, Dave, I got you. Sounds good. Oh, yeah, keep going straight. Oh, yeah, it should be 214 right there. Yeah, let's just stay on this heading and then we'll see what we see on the other side, and then that'll probably be it after that. I'm gonna venture to say. Huh?
I said, dang it, not even anyhow.
Not even anyhow. Unless we find some on this road, but I'm not holding my breath.
Solid week.
Full week for sure. Full week. All right, copy that. Dave's about to take over. Can hear an update locally from him. Nothing yet. It's just been a little bit of rain. We're driving down 1585 where that heaviest bit of the hail core was.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey friends, Doppler Dave here and your First Alert weather team. Just got a quick update here for you. Good news is that overall, we're kind of seeing a downward trend in intensity. Still kind of strong out there on that eastern flank. So there'll be some strong storms, heavy rain and gusty winds, but we're starting to bring things down below severe intensity. In fact, the Weather Service says they're going to let everything expire as far as warnings about 8 o'clock. So good news there. We are tracking heavy rain coming into Beaver County. But again, you can see the intensity is coming down. Perryton, you're going to be in some heavy to moderate rain for a little bit longer. Wolf Creek, that'll be heading out into Lipscomb County here pretty soon. Canadian, getting into the rain right now. It's been pretty stout down around Miami. Earlier, we had some winds gusting 55 miles per hour there, a little bit of a hail threat. That is moving east. Mobeetie, Briscoe, Wheeler, and then down towards Twitty, McLean to Leland, Shamrock. That's going to be pretty stormy. I wouldn't even rule out some wind-blown small hail in there, but overall this is going to be gusty winds, rain, and lightning heading down I-40, and that's moving pretty quick. Won't be with us very long. Further down to the south, everything south of I-40 now. Things good for Amarillo, although I did hear some rumbles within the last 5 or 10 minutes. Don't forget that lightning's still going to be an issue, including Canyon, Happy. But if you're in Claude and Groom, the squall pretty much racing down to the southeast. Now it's going to be Clarendon, McLean, heading down towards Headley, Memphis within the next hour or so, next 30 minutes really, since it's moving so rapidly. Back to the west, we have a couple storms trying to hang in there. West of Hereford, around Bootleg and Sims, a couple downpours in there. That's moving on off to the east, but may not last long enough to make it towards Amarillo. Again, we'll start to kind of concentrate on the southeastern part of the area. We'll be watching this until things really die down. I have another update for you coming up, and you can watch us live on Facebook and on YouTube. Keep it here on News Channel 10. We'll keep you posted.
All right, you're taking a nice relaxing drive. Yeah, Dave, the hail core on this thing is just all but fizzling. It's about to smash into the storm over plate, so I think we're calling it from where we're at, or else we're gonna end up chasing stuff down near Seminole. Yeah, sounds good. Like I said, we're bailing out on this storm because it's about to smash into that one over plains. So I think we're calling it where we're at. All right, sounds good. Copy that.
All right, hello to everybody out there. Tanner and Dave popping in here. We're going to get a little close here. So going to go through a little bit more of a detailed update throughout radar here. You just saw them pop up a couple minutes ago. Those eastern warnings, they're going to let those expire. In fact, it's now 8 o'clock, so they should now be expired. But if you want to
Yeah.
You want to do it?
You take over.
Okay, gotcha. So we got a new warning about to come out for this particular storm right here. It's actually pulsing up a little bit. They're going to warn it for some quarter-sized hail, some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so we'll see that come out just about really any moment now. So the severe threat is, still possible with this particular cluster of storms, but as far as the main ones we've been watching all night, as far as these go, looks like the severe threat is generally going down, but they did come out with a special weather statement, which is basically like a baby severe thunderstorm warning, like maybe some nickel-sized hail, some 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, which still can be strong, definitely can cause a bit of a headache, but like I said, and like he said a little bit ago, severe threat generally going down here for the rest of the night.
Yeah, and the good news tonight is we never had any tornado warnings.
Yes.
We didn't have any rotating supercells, but man, there for a while, the winds gusting 60 to 70 miles per hour. Here in Amarillo, we gusted over 50 miles per hour, and we're still going to probably see some winds over 40 miles per hour. Let's say the Highway 83 corridor, also from Clarendon down to Memphis, Esteline, and even happy to Tulia, Silverton also. We'll probably see some of that outflow wind be over 40 miles per hour. But we've seen worse, and that is a little bit below severe intensity, like Tanner said. Let's come back and we'll take a look at the storm there. Yeah, there's Hereford. So back into the kind of the interior part of Deaf Smith County, that's where we had a little uptick. A lot of lightning in there. We might be looking at some nickel or quarter-size hail there. It's generally tracking off to the east, so I think that's going to keep it north of Hereford, south of Vega probably. There's the warning, just as we expected, the yellow box severe thunderstorm warning. It's aimed towards Amarillo, but I'm just not sure it's going to hang in there that long. It's running into this rain-cooled air, which may take some of the energy out of it, but something we'll kind of keep an eye on there.
Yeah, this particular storm a little bit the opposite of the bow of storms we've been keeping track of. This one's warned for some nickel to quarter-sized hail, but less than 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So we're not really worried about a wind threat for this particular storm.
Right. It's just probably the best hail candidate we have at this time. I'll zoom out a little bit or in. I always get that opposite. Real good depiction of that outflow boundary. Again, about to come into Shamrock, just north of Silverton. Looks like it has moved through Tulia, moved through Dimmitt, and over towards Bovina. Sometimes we do see new storms develop along that, and you see one little blip there between Dimmitt and Hart. I don't know if that's going to intensify or not, but something we'll kind of keep an eye on next 30 minutes or so. Yeah,
absolutely. And honestly, I don't think I've ever seen an outflow boundary go all the way across the Texas Panhandle. But you kind of mentioned it, these storms kind of taking up a lot of the energy in the atmosphere. So that particular reason is why we're not really worried about an overnight threat like what we saw last night and earlier this morning. Yeah. We could see some new development late tonight, but it should mostly remain sub-severe. It shouldn't be like what we saw, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning earlier today.
No, we're zapping a lot of that energy. I mean, there's a few follow-up thunder showers there in Union County, a couple of lightning flashes there, but you can see that they're nowhere near the caliber that we have been tracking. Some of the better rain of the night, I think we can kind of take a look at that. Once we get that leading edge to go by, sometimes it fills in a big complex. So Beaver County to Perryton, down to Canadian, right in there. I'm jealous. I mean, that's the kind of stuff I would like to see at my place. And even back south of that, Borger, Panhandle, Pampa, to Miami, that's good solid rain also. Just kind of steady soaking rain, and the severe threat has moved by. So that's what we like to see.
Now here's the thing though, now it's moving into Shamrock, Clarendon, Wellington. Dave talked about it a bit earlier. They are under a flood watch.
That's true.
Yeah, it started at 7 o'clock. They saw one cluster of storms move through at about 3 or 4 o'clock this morning, and then another cluster moved through at about 8 or 9 o'clock. So they got multiple rounds of rain earlier today. They've got a third round of rain on the way. So flooding will be a little bit of a concern for our southeastern counties as this starts to move through.
Now you were on duty this morning to track that. I was paying a little more attention to Amarillo, but let's see, did we have big rain in Wheeler County, Collingsworth?
I'm trying to think. I think it was more south. I think they picked up on a little bit, but the heaviest of the rain was down toward Childress, maybe Wellington, Memphis, things like that.
No doubt coming in here, Mobeetie, Briscoe, Allison, and Wheeler. I mean, there's a hail core right there. That could be nickel size. So that's going to go across Highway 83, probably coming up on it right now. But yes, you know, it looks like that solid rain it could be significant. We might get, you know, ½ inch, 3/4, or even an inch there with all that, you know, moderate rain filling in behind it. So this is going to be a zone that we look for a lot of that heavy rain. Howard Wick to Clarendon, Headley, that's pretty solid also. Just, it's good to see it below severe intensity, but, you know, it's a wet ride, 287 from Clarendon back to Amarillo. Might want to delay those plans a little bit. And then the southern edge, coming south of Happy, this is not moving as rapidly as it was, so it's kind of turned a little more east-southeast. So I think Clarendon, Headley, Memphis, Quail, Wellington, those areas might stand to do pretty good also. A lot of lightning in there.
Yeah, a lot of lightning indeed. I'm curious to see what our rain gauge showdown looks like after all is said and done. And so, you know, like Dave was saying, you know, it's moving into, you know, we're losing the daytime heating. You know, the sun's still up right now, but we're starting to see the temperatures go down, and any new storms that form for the rest of the night are going to be moving into some rain-cooled air. We do have that one severe warning for up to, keyword up to, quarter-size hail.
Yeah. I'm also noticing we got this little guy here.
Yeah.
Strengthening a little bit. That's just back to the west of the canyon, out towards Umbarger, it looks like. That one, you know, heavier rain, and it's kind of moving in a little different direction. It's kind of coming up northeast. Folks around Canyon, and let's say getting up to about, 2219 and Rockwell Road in there. We might see some of that get on up in there, Lake Tanglewood. So we'll keep an eye on that. I don't really think it's going to be a real severe storm, but hey, the lightning threat is there, the rain is there, and it looks like kind of new development right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that continues a little bit more, we might send that up towards South Amarillo. I don't know.
Yeah.
Back to the west in Smith County, this is where we have the severe warm storm. It's taken a little more of a east-southeast turn there. I still think it's going to stay north of Hereford, and as far as hail size, yeah, I'd say nickel to quarter or something like that.
Yeah, that particular storm, not really looking at Amarillo for an immediate threat.
Yeah, and
with that one,
you know, some stragglers back on I-40 there, Adrian. You know, that's just going to kind of keep the chance of rain going a little bit, I think, in the western part of our area. Yeah,
so at best, you know, for the rest of this evening, you know, maybe some small, relatively small hail. Which is actually the good news is, you know, if you were watching me this morning, we were originally thinking we could possibly see, you know, up to some golf ball sized hail, but with that cluster of storms that moved through earlier this morning, that kind of took away a little bit of the energy. So luckily we saw, well, I don't want to say luckily, today was more of a wind threat than anything, ended up being more of a wind threat. So I guess we'll take that over damaging hail. I'm reluctant to say that, though. And kind of looking ahead to tomorrow, judging from what models are showing, what Dave was talking about, maybe a little bit of a similar setup going into tomorrow evening as well.
I think so. I don't think we'll wake up to storms like we did this morning. And really, one key factor there is I think that's going to give us more of the day to destabilize. You know, we won't be as contaminated, if you will. So it's just something that we'll need to watch. I think tomorrow, just while we're on here, we'll probably see storms develop out in here again and come this way. The daytime hours, of course, tomorrow's Friday, people gearing up for the weekend. I think the daytime hours pretty quiet, but 5, 6 p.m. or so, we'll have to be on our toes again, and we could be doing this all over again.
Absolutely.
And Saturday also looks pretty active. So
it's just been an active week, that's for sure. I think going into next week, though, we're going to dry up, warm up pretty good. We can put all this behind us.
Good, that's true. I mean, that means the severity goes down, but the chance of rain goes down too.
Yeah.
And that's it. You know, here in usually historically, the last week of May, the first week of June, we're going to be tracking storms. It's kind of the peak of our severe weather season, just almost every year. You know, always a little bit different here and there, but it's sure been what it's notorious for this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've covered just about everything.
I do. I want to visit one more time out here to the east,
okay,
just because you know, people that have stuck it out here with us and they're waiting their turn.
Absolutely.
You know, we are looking at heavy storms. That's going to be all the way from Canadian coming down to Briscoe, Wheeler, Shamrock, getting close to Headley, Clarendon, back to Happy. You know, that leading band is still very heavy. And it's probably going to be with us for about another hour or so, I think. So if you live in Hemphill County, if you live in Wheeler County, if you live down in Collingsworth County, and then in time, you know, we move it down places like Memphis, Wellington, Childress. You'll probably get into some storms, but the trend lately has been for less and less severe weather, and more just kind of general rain and lightning.
Yeah. So I guess just more of a headache rather than a legitimate, damaging threat.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we're gonna, we've been on continuous here for a while.
Yeah.
I think what we'll do now is just kind of, shut this continuous feed down until tomorrow. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, and we'll pick it up again. If you live in that southeast corner, like we've been saying, I'm still watching things, and I'll do a TV cut in.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to let our digital people know that we're going to end our stream.
All right. So, hey, thanks for joining us here tonight, and
Yes.
We'll continue to track storms and watch us on TV, and we'll keep you posted.